Okay.
Oh.
Hello folks, good evening, good afternoon. Call this meeting to order. This is the September 26, 2023 meeting of the Northfield Select Board. We'll call it at 4:07. It's a little late. Took a moment to get all organized and ready here. So first order on our business before we get into our 4 o'clock meeting. We have a 9/27/2023 vendor warrant of $1,000.
So moved.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Microphone.
Oh, where did it go?
What
It's just
happened?
on. Here we go. Let's try the.
See, that's what happens when we switch chairs.
This is. I'm
We
all.
don't know what to do.
I'm all messed up now. I gotta call the meeting. Yeah. So. Second from Sarah. There was a motion from B on that. Any discussion on this $1,000 vendor warrant?
Nope. They're reissuing a check.
Yes. Pretty simple. All in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Okay. First up on our business for our meeting, our special meeting right now, we have a 4 o'clock Select Board / Town Policies presentation, starting with Code of Conduct, then we go into Citizens' Concerns, not to hear citizens' concerns, but how citizens' concerns are interpreted, electronic mail, and social media.
So you should have in your packet some different things that have come up, obviously because of the Supreme Court decision that came out in March. There's been a lot of discussion about town policies regarding public presentation, codes of conduct, things that you can put out for public. This piece that was in your homework after the KP Law update on the legal decision is insurance from our insurance company, Maya, part of MMA, to talk about code of conduct. They came out with some guidelines to help boards navigate this because it's been sort of a bit of a radical change. And for example, approved in 2018, your public participation policy states that comments made by anyone in the meeting shall be at all times respectful. If the speaker persists in improper conduct or remarks, the chair may rescind the individual's right to address the committee. It's actually not legal anymore. You actually can't rescind their right to speak as long as it's not considered threatening. So,
Or breaking the law. You know, you don't want to break the law, right?
Right. Obviously, you can't say anything that's illegal, and you can't threaten bodily harm, and you certainly can't disrupt the meeting if it's not a public speaking time at any point. But you can't say we don't like what you're saying during public comment just because we don't like it and rescind their right to speak. So clearly, changing some of those things are in order. And so it made sense to talk about the policies you already have in place. Your current code of conduct policy is also in here, and your for code of civil conduct. So hopefully you has had a bit of a chance to look at it and possibly make some suggestions on. I mean, some of it can stay, some of it's fine, and you can always make the suggestion that people abide by, civil conduct, but you can't, unfortunately, actually require people to be civil any longer. So, I don't know if you want to look at your actual current policy and if anyone has any suggestions on what you'd like to do. And of course, the town attorney is here to advise you because these are matters of, unfortunately, legal times.
Yep.
And so, obviously, you've probably been dealing with this in many communities since it's so new.
We have had to deal with it. I think the biggest thing was everybody was like, "What does this mean?" And if you read the Behrens case, and I'm not saying that you did, but what happened there was there was a situation where it looked like there was at least some censorship because of the content of the viewpoint as opposed to being content neutral. And as we know, as First Amendment rights people, any regulation has to be content neutral. So there were signs held up against the board, and it may have appeared that the person talking was against the board. There was, in my opinion, at least some aggressive behavior from what I read. I wasn't there, I didn't read the video, on the part of the individual. But in any event, the court basically said that orderly and peaceable, which is protected by, I think it's Article 19, is different than civil. And if you're going to give somebody the ability to get up and speak at a public meeting, then you can't censor them. You can't, just because they're not giving the viewpoint that you would like. It has to be viewpoint neutral. And that's why I say if you give them the right. Because under the open meeting law, you are not required to allow the public to speak. Under the open meeting law, the public is allowed to come here and watch you conduct their business in the open. Talk about how you feel, talk about how Sarah feels and the difference between the two and working it out or not, and everybody's on the same page. But it's when you open up a forum like a public meeting to allow for public comment, we've got to be careful, and we can't censor them. We can't stop them based on the content of what they are saying. So what we saw in the aftermath of that is we fielded a bunch of questions. Number one, do we have to let people speak? And the answer under the open meeting law is no, you don't.
But if you let one person speak, you have to let everyone
You've got to, well, I don't know if you have to let them all speak. So what you do is you set up policies that say, and look, as a lawyer, the best thing I would tell you is don't let anyone speak. That way we don't have to worry about it. But I fully understand that this is an elected government, and that's probably not a good answer. People want to hear, you want to hear what your constituents have to say. So how do we strike the balance? First of all, rather than allowing a meeting that would typically take an hour to go 2 hours because you're going to have an hour worth of public comment, you can set up a policy in the very beginning that says we're only going to take 15 minutes comment. You can limit the time. You can speak for 1 minute on a subject, and from there you go forward. Now we'll get into this a little bit in the open meeting law. But if you have these kind of policies and you have public comment going up, I suggest that the board really shouldn't respond. And the reason being is because in an open forum, I can, our agenda can say code of, to review the policies of conduct and to go over the open meeting law. You open it up to the public and I get up and say, we've got a big issue here with the public safety bill. And I am so against the public safety bill, and I don't understand why you guys are doing X, Y, and Z, and I think you ought to do this. And if you start to come in and say, well, that's a good idea, what we could also, essentially what you've done is violated the open meeting law because it wasn't on an agenda. So the best policy is for the board during public comment to listen.
So Jeff, I have a question for you then. So what we've had in the past couple of meetings is have select board members step away from this desk here and then identify as a citizen. Right. But I would say that we just, which is fine to do, but the thing that bothers me about that whole thing that happens and might happen again, I don't know, is when they start saying the word we. Because when they say the word we, then you're not speaking as an individual anymore, you're speaking as an entity that I'm assuming that you are represented in. So when you say we, what does that mean? Or does we mean select board? Does it mean citizens? Does it mean, what does it mean at that point? So when you have an individual that comes up front, and I'm just going to say it, Sarah has done it, and so has Bernie. Yeah. If they say we, or if they're speaking on behalf of an entity, that sounds like a violation of the open meeting law to me.
I think in that circumstance, you got to be very, very careful, because you are correct. You as a member of a board don't check your First Amendment rights at that door. All right, you can recuse yourself, you can get down, you can sit down, you can get in the audience, and you can make a comment. The problem with it is, especially for a select board, because you guys, your jurisdiction's over everything. The problem is it's very difficult when a select board member starts commenting on issues that are within their jurisdiction. And as you point out, if you are saying, I guess I don't know the context of it, but if it seems to infer we being the board, first of all, one member can't speak for the rest, right? The boards speak as boards. But I do think you've got to be careful when you're doing that. You've got to make it so that when you get up and talk, that you are perfectly clear that I am speaking as John Q. citizen, not as a member of the board of the select board. And also try to stay away from speaking in terms of I am speaking for the board. So I agree. There's probably a line in there somewhere. I can't give you that bright line. I can't tell you that this is where it is. I think it's one of those things where you just, as a select board member, as a planning board member, I've seen planning board members get up and speak against projects that were before them. Again, it's a very fine line that we dance there, and I just do think you have to be careful.
Yep.
Follow up to that is not so much the pronouns as the topics. So if we're on a board, for example, we're also employers, so we have other things that we need to be considering, right? We can't.
So
we have to be careful about talking about employees, and I would imagine we have to be careful about talking about topics that we as select board members could actually bring up.
If you're talking about like a complaint against an individual, an employee of the town.
We're talking about reason one, executive session, for discussing the reputation, character, rather than professional.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that there is a body of law that talks about talking about complaints about employees, and that is a whole separate. You go into executive session to do that. You have to notify the employee within 48 hours that it's going to be discussed, and the employee it's under 30A section 21A1. The employee has to be notified. The employee has the right to be at the executive session and or requested to be in an open session. So yes, if you're a board member, you have to be very careful. I can't tell you where the line is.
And I was just going to ask you that because when you talk about reputation and character, rather than professional competency, I'm interpreting that as you can discuss professional competency, but at what line are you separating the definition between reputation and character and professional competency? Because you're really discussing somebody's reputation as an individual if you're questioning their competency in a professional manner.
Yeah.
So where's the line right there?
I would have to understand what the complaints are and what was being said. But I think that it's best from a point of view of a board member to not go in the audience and do that. And
just don't do it at all.
Yeah. And if there are issues and you do have complaints against employees or their competency, then that's something that should be brought up as a board, consistent with the open meeting law.
So it's what you're saying, it's better to be safe than sorry. Like if you think that it might skim the line from professional competency to reputation and character, give the individual 48 hours notice and set up a private meeting instead of,
an executive session.
Instead of just hitting them hard right on the spot over an issue when they don't have the opportunity to defend and prepare themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that it would, in the long run, it would likely save the town. And I think, your insurer, Maya, would probably back me up on this. It could save the town some undue angst from either litigation or at least complaints against you. I think that it's as a board member, again, you don't check your First Amendment rights at the door. However, there are certain things that you start to muddy the waters, and you might as well. This is the way I'm a lawyer, so I have to be very conservative. I err on the side of caution, and that is don't do it from there.
Well, with this new law that's come out, and just my second time around as chair now, I have taken how laws are interpreted very seriously, because I just I feel like my theme the past year at least has been, well, I don't want this does this put the town in a liable state. I don't want to get sued. I take pride in the fact that I haven't been sued as an individual.
Right.
Knock on
This isn't wood.
whatever this
Not the
is.
plastic.
It's actually wood.
There,
wood?
thank God.
Solid wood.
Solid wood.
Okay.
And so I just like, you know what, let's do it the right way if we're worried about questioning the law here.
You
If
see,
we're worried about-
the way I see it is, it's much more difficult as a board to control the audience that comes up and might say, I think a town council is a dirty, rotten scoundrel. He's a liar, cheater, stealer. It's hard for you to control that, but the five of you could control that. And and if you have an issue, then you can, either call me and ask me how to get us into executive session and how to address this complaint. Or Andrea is usually pretty good at the open meeting law, and she can get us in there, and then you can address the complaint as a board in the proper format, rather than having a situation where it could be construed that a member of the board who stepped down and said, "Look, I'm only acting as an individual," says something that seems to be being attributed to the entire board. So I just think, again, you don't check your First Amendment rights, but at the same time, we can certainly, you got to be very cautious.
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about a topic, though, that has come before the board and will come before the board, is that you can make a comment on that as a citizen, or is that's an area where it's kind of, one, I don't understand, because, well, let me just back up a little bit. So as a select board member, I have the opportunity and the time and the responsibility to suggest topics for the agenda. So if I have like something I want to get discussed, I usually just ask to have it put on the agenda. But if I go and I speak about it as a quote unquote citizen, then I'm just a little bit confused about, we're supposed to sit here, it's not on the agenda at that particular instance, but we're supposed to sit here and listen as if the person is a citizen, but then it can be brought up as a topic, and it has been brought up as a topic in the past. So I just find the whole thing muddy.
And it is muddy, Pete. It
Okay.
is very muddy, but as you just correctly pointed out, as a member of the board, the proper, or I think the better way of doing it would be to reach out probably to the town administrator and ask that she speak with the chair to have XYZ put on the agenda. And that way, you're right, it can be noticed, and then everybody can get up and talk, and the citizen, the member of the board, can have frankly, more time to voice his or her concerns.
Yeah.
And it can then be actually debated back and forth by the board. Because the other thing is, if somebody gets up from here, in a planning board matter, for example, and starts talking about something that's not on the agenda as a citizen, but might come before you, it's very awkward. This board, and maybe says something that's not true, or it's not true, but just isn't quite factually
Maybe
accurate.
it's not, or it's not
and
clear.
the board
Yeah.
can't even have an opportunity
To clarify.
say, clarify
Yeah.
or say no. So it leaves an impression. So the best course of action is to get it on the agenda, and that's the advantage that you have as board members over the citizens, is you do have some say
Right.
over what can go on there. Now, typically, it's the chair's decision to put it on an agenda. But I'm sure if somebody wants to speak about something, it can get on an agenda one way or another.
Our practices, and I know there's a rule whereby if the chair for some reason didn't want to do it, I know there's a rule that allows the other members to vote something onto the agenda. But in my experience, we've never had to do that
Yeah.
because the chair always puts it on the agenda. Now, when I was chair, I didn't always put it on the very next agenda because of the amount of time that I thought certain topics would take, or if we had appointments where we knew presentations and updates from departments were going to take, like an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
that's you're as a chair, you have the ability to
Right.
set the agenda and to run the meeting, and you clear. I think that you set an agenda so that you're not here for 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I believe in designing the 2-hour select board meeting, because once you start getting past 3 hours, like we did with our dog hearing, you're just, and other meetings that have happened, I just think mentally and
Just exhausted.
it's exhausting. And professionally, it's just not, you're not there as you were in the first hour or two. So that's just kind of been my thing. And we're elected. We're elected by the people in town, and if they don't like us, then I don't really know how else to say it. If you don't like the way we do things, then vote somebody else in at some point when it's appropriate to do so.
Well, they can do a citizen's comment
Yeah.
for sure. Now, on the manner part, manner sounds like it just cannot be threatening, or they're stepping over a safety line of some sort, but it can't be related to content at all. The citizen can say whatever they want. And we also have started a time limit too, so that, and I know the school committee does a three-minute
Yeah.
time limit too. So then you can just say, okay, at the end of 3 minutes, we're done.
Now, you do have a draft for citizen concern that would be a much more updating of, on the,
Okay.
it says draft 926, if you keep going. And it says draft across it. It's just that's a draft citizens concerning protocol. So this would be
Oh, yeah.
something you could discuss in terms of an actual
Okay.
citizens participation.
So what I've been doing since I've returned as chair, it probably took a meeting or two, I believe, but I take my iPhone. We all know what iPhones are, right? So and I go to clock, and then stopwatch, and then it's been pretty well noted at this point that an individual has 3 minutes to speak, and I hit my timer button, and I give whatever they would like to say, and then when they get past 3 minutes, as they're finishing their statement, let them wrap up. I'm not going to cut someone off like that. And then, all right, that's it. But if they start to go into another topic, then we cut them off at that point. I say, well, at this point, I've heard your concerns. You've had your 3 minutes, and we need to move on with additional citizens' concerns or with our meeting. Is there anything wrong with that technique?
There's nothing wrong with that technique. In fact, that's the technique that I think about 98% of people I know
Okay.
use.
I just
the
don't-
one thing is you have to be sure
Yeah.
that it's not an ad hoc.
I don't want to be accused of not being transparent or that I'm not hearing people, because I'm trying to follow a set of rules that I established when I came back as chair.
Okay, so there are established rules that presumably written somewhere that everybody knows. Because I don't, you can't make up the 3-minute rule for that speaker, right?
Right.
If everybody knows that this is the rule, and you might want to announce it before citizens' comments, just so that you know our rule is.
I think he has been doing
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
I think we
have
put
no
it on
issue.
the agenda, didn't we don't we put 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Or-
Is
I
there-
think we've
is
actually
it there?
printed that on the agenda at some point
I believe so.
when we do citizens concerns.
Yeah.
But you guys voted it, but we didn't write a policy, and that's one of the things here, that
Right.
there's a protocol, there's a
Yeah.
draft protocol that you can look at. I mean, I don't think the anticipation was tonight you would vote to accept any or all of these ones you're discussing, but the idea is to kind of come up with some concepts, and then I can give you some drafts based on the discussions you have tonight that you can then refine and accept at a future meeting, when Heath and Bernie are here as well to have reviewed them. This was kind of like you had these 3 or
Yep.
4 policies hanging out there, and before I just wanted to get some direction from you on what you
Yeah.
wanted to see.
Well, as long as there's just a fair amount of realistic discretion that can be authorized by the chair if things run over 3 minutes, just so that you have a little bit of, thing with policy sometimes is when it says should or shall or something like that, where it's like you have to follow this rule. That's different. But if you have the word like may, I see here, may not exceed 3 minutes, or just a different word that gives you a little bit of discretion and lenience so that you can, make a decision without having to go word for word of what is said here. And as long as I think the person who is chair has that authority, I don't really think that there's an issue with what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that what you laid out to me, it's like court. I get 15 minutes when I go to an appeals court. They may say to me, counsel, your 15 minutes is up, finish that thought.
Yeah.
They don't say, you're done. And so, again, as you just pointed out, you allow them to finish that thought, but you don't allow them to move on. Because then the issue becomes the person who ends at 2:59 and you say, okay, you're all done. Yeah, well, wait a second. I got, you let so-and-so go 3:05.
Yeah.
But as long as you, I think as long as you're able to articulate that and hold to that you don't cut anybody off in mid-sentence,
Yeah.
I think you'll be okay.
Okay.
And then I can't remember if we set an overall time limit for that period.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You didn't vote to do so.
We
That's
talked
really,
about it.
That's at your discretion to decide if you want to do. I think you talked about doing like
15 or
15
20.
because 3 times 15 would be 5 people. That would
Yeah.
be.
That's
That would
unusual.
be that's probably past where you normally go.
One of our longest citizens' concern sessions before anybody was here, Andrea had just started. It was probably close to an hour. I wasn't chair at the time, but that's how long it took to hear everybody in regards to a former police chief contract that came before the board, and tons of individuals just had so much to say, and they just kind of went off, and we didn't really have. I mean, I've gone back and watched it a few times just because of how funny and ridiculous it was, but it was just really cool to just see, like, oh wow, 5 years ago this is how we were. But so just trying to learn from certain aspects, and so we don't have that issue again.
The other thing that we've done is set aside specific public comment on a specific topic, like
Right.
when Soulfest came up.
Yes.
Because we knew that, the average, that we needed to just set aside, like, okay, this time period right here, which was longer than, I don't know if it was an hour or not.
Well,
There were
because
so
an
many
agenda
meetings,
item,
but
at that point it became an agenda item, and
Correct.
it's no longer citizens.
correct.
comment.
Okay, now it's an agenda item.
Yep.
Okay, so what you're saying is, for Alex or any chair, and this would then apply, if we adopt this, would apply to any committee or board in Northfield?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, so the advice is you get 3 minutes, and then, when you hit the 3-minute limit, you finish your thought.
Yeah.
That sounds like a nice
Yeah.
way to do it without breaking the pattern for anybody else or opening it up for favoritism in some way, or some perception of favoritism.
In my municipal law class in grad school, he would give us 3 minutes to make a point on an issue regarding a municipal law problem, and he was an attorney as well, and he would say 3 minutes, wrap it up. And so, like, that was it. Like, we had to wrap up our statement, and that was it.
Yeah, but he didn't shut you right down.
No.
It's
Okay.
And I think we have had, before I was on the board, there has been a policy of when we know something's super, when we opened it up for the emergency services building, we had a public comment. And if we sense that there's going to be 20 people who want to talk, we can table that and say, hey, we're going to have a public comment.
But we're going to make
Yeah.
this an agenda item at our next meeting.
Yeah.
And I've seen lots of boards do that. Oh, wow, we didn't realize there was so much here. We don't have time tonight. We're going to put it on the agenda next week or in 2 weeks, and then everybody come out and talk.
Well, either way, you're always the bad guy, because, I've done that before. And there's always somebody who sighs in the crowd or nods their head no, and it's like, well, you can't please everybody. And
Well, I think, unfortunately,
It's exciting.
even in the best of
discussion.
times, you can't. I mean, that's politics, right?
Yeah.
that's governance. Somebody's always going to be unhappy, but you just try to have fair and equitable rules, follow the rules, and let people have their say.
yeah.
I think it's important to stay consistent, so then people have a reasonable expectation.
Agreed.
You're not changing it from meeting to meeting.
And it also, from a legal point of view, that is also, it heads off any
problem.
any complaints of favoritism or discrimination, right?
Okay.
If you're always consistent.
Right. Okay.
Right, so I can
So
make,
for the board, I actually have a question on this topic. Something that Bea mentioned was, are we going to have it be for all boards? So are we going to do that? Are we going to say that on every board's agenda, they need to have a citizen's concerns and that it should be a 3-minute thing? Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm just throwing it out there, like that would be part of the discussion we need to have, not necessarily today, but certainly with Heath, and to see if it gives assistance to other committees in some way, shape, or form, that to follow, and that you don't have to have citizens. I mean, that's the other thing that you said, is you don't have to have citizens' comments on there. I know we've had a couple of meetings where there was so much, like Tuesday night, there was so much, I think we still had it on there, but there was just so much on the agenda to actually get through the business that we could put the town on some topics, we could put the town at jeopardy if we can't finish the business that we already laid out on the agenda. So
I don't think you can force an elected board to put it on anyway.
No,
That's
no.
the discretion
That's
of
the
the chair.
discretion, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So,
Appointed, but not,
I
so
suppose
the
you could-
planning board can do it their own way, the
yeah,
sewer
Board of Health?
commission can do their own,
Oh,
Board of
yeah.
Health, yep.
Yeah, if they're elected, Board of Assessors,
yep.
they're all elected.
I don't often, I think the big one for citizens' comment is the select board.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the
Planning
other ones-
board too.
Does the planning board take citizens' comments?
I don't know if he does,
When
but
they-
sometimes.
Sometimes it depends on, yeah, they took comments, I don't remember if it was, I think it was an actual hearing.
Well, they have to then.
Yeah, so,
At a
but they
hearing, they
handled
have
them
to.
in a particular way that actually, because they had so many, was very well done, and it was one of the, kind of my models of like how to do it, is the way the vice chair did it, so.
As I like to try to remind people, this is 2023. There's a higher level of accountability and transparency that has to happen with these boards now. And, you know, this whole like shiesty backroom deals that happen, that doesn't exist. Like, there are so many laws and things that we have to do as a board now,
that's-
and that we have to follow so that this town doesn't go bankrupt. That's what it comes down to. We can't and we shouldn't be doing that type of stuff anyways, because it's wrong as human nature, in my opinion. But you know, it's not like I didn't run for this position to get what I want done and pull the wool over the sheep's eyes. You know, I mean, and I just think, you know, when you make decisions like, okay, we need to table that for another time, or I have to cut you off now because, you know, you've gone on for. I'm not doing it to like protect or hide some type of hidden thing, and I think that's just what the public has an issue with sometimes in terms of trusting their select board, because you have to crack the whip and make decisions that nobody likes to make, and that you're always the bad guy on, and that you're going to be just instantly labeled as somebody who is trying to hinder the voice of the public or sneak away town business and do it behind closed doors in the other room next door here. So it's just like, how do we educate residents so that we're not, you know, how do we educate them on these things?
Well, open meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's the whole purpose behind the open meeting law, and that's it. And if you are going to say we can't do it till the next meeting, I guess all you can do is explain to them why. We've got an agenda that's going to take us an hour and a half to get through. 3 of these things need to be done, or else we'll lose XYZ funding, or, you know,
It's a contract or
the
something.
payroll, or the payroll won't get paid.
Yeah.
And we can't be here all night. We'll put it on the next agenda. We're not trying to hide anything. We're not preventing any further discussion, and we're not gonna stop any further discussion.
Yeah.
We're just delaying it for another day because of X, Y, and Z. That's all you can do. And I think that you're right. The political atmosphere that's out there now, some people are gonna understand it, and some people aren't. And you know, you just got to do what you think is right, and you know, I hate to say it, take the criticism.
Yeah.
I've gotten some really good, though. I've gotten, just for the boards, I've gotten some really good feedback. Really, even when the decision didn't go the way that the person wanted, that they really appreciated that the board took it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
They saw the back and forth, and even though it sometimes feels kind of long for us, I've gotten a lot of citizen response from a bunch of different people that said, I really appreciate that you guys took it seriously. I really appreciated that you talked about it and talked it
Yep.
through. So.
No, that's a good point. I got a lot of actually very good and constructive feedback during the Soul Fest, the several meetings for that. I'm making a note of the time. 'Cause
Yes.
So it seems like we've covered a lot on the citizens' concern, but there's like 3 more that we need to get
Okay,
through. And so do you want to
Yeah, I've gotten what I've had to say out of those. I think it's.
I think I made some notes on the
Some
code of
notes.
conduct one too, based on your first part of your discussion.
Oh,
And then I
okay.
can draft those out, especially with what our attorney had to say in terms of things that you can't have in there. So I'll redraft the ones that you guys have and bring those back to you for your review.
Okay.
So we effectively have to renege or remove or revise or replace
So, yeah, it's
the
most
code of civil conduct.
Most of it's pretty good, but there's some changes that have to be made. Basically.
Okay, because this one does apply to all.
Yes.
By its current standing, it applies to everybody as of 2019. The Town of Northfield Code of Civil Conduct.
Okay.
Okay.
I can look at those.
Okay, so do you want to move on to electronic mail at this point?
Sure.
Okay.
And you do.
I just wanted to make sure we touched on
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of
yeah,
them
I've been
because
watching
then
that
I think that
movie.
it's going to come up again when we do,
Yeah, some of the open meeting.
open meeting. law.
That you do have an existing electronic email access and use policy.
Yeah, there were a couple of weird things in there that we
Yeah,
thought needed to come out.
originally when we started using town emails, we weren't sure how it was all going to work with being able to if somebody left, would we have to have the board's password? But we don't, because technically we actually don't go in the board's emails, but they're public record and we can get to them if we have to through our vendor. So looking to remove that they had to communicate any sort of password to the town secretary. We don't need it.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, and originally we just weren't sure if we needed it, but we don't. So
Yep.
we could,
Well, we also
remove
have
that.
better IT support than we did at that time too, so
right.
it's actually functioning.
Right, and that's why this
Well.
policy was written just when you were starting to put those things in. And so we don't need that. We can remove that.
So we had talked about using this the Office of the Board of Selectmen for Townsend as a template at the last meeting.
Yeah, well, that was one that Heath had found, so I included it. He's not here to speak to it, but anybody else certainly can. Yeah, it was one of the ones that he had found that he liked.
And I think several of us mentioned that we thought it was pretty good. There was one question about the discipline section,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but other than that, it looks good.
Is there
He's talking
anything
about
on
the-
the
yeah, that one.
existing one that,
The question was, the issue with it
We
was,
would
is there was
need-
something in there about recall, and we're like, well, you can't put recall in. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
citizen.
the first paragraph under discipline.
Right.
There's some question about that.
Yeah, it says applicant barring personal policy recall from his or her elected position, which really doesn't seem to be something you put in a town policy because
we have no way of enforcing that.
right. I mean, it wouldn't really
Or-
be something
or
the board
initiating it.
generally initiates.
Yeah.
It would be that's a much different
Yeah,
process.
I think that one's good. I've already said the issue that I have with this one is the paragraph under communicate the password to town secretary.
Yeah, we're taking that out. We would recommend
No.
it.
I mean, that paragraph is the one I have a problem with because I use a Gmail account and
And
that's
that-
how I do all my files and everything. And it's discoverable and that's the reason I use it, to keep it separate from my work, because originally before I had an assigned account, everything was coming to my work email and I wanted to keep it separate. The Outlook took over my computer and continues to cause me problems. So that's why I put it in Gmail, and it allows me to keep my drafts and stuff like that.
Wow.
So clearly I have an issue with that. That's not in this one. There's nothing like that. And the one for Townsend,
Again, I'm not sure why you're having an Outlook issue. You don't actually have to use Outlook to access your email. But I don't know what the answer to that. That was the whole reason for this, and that's why they initially put that in there, because the whole idea was to get away from You can say it's discoverable, but it's only discoverable through you.
Well, I can give I'll give my information to somebody. I don't have a problem with it. I just need to use
It's not
one that works.
It's just not archived. It's not backed up to us. It's, you know,
Well, this is clearly, it's not an issue. I mean, other towns don't have that policy and don't have an issue with it, and this one looks quite complete. So I think this is a personal.
I guess you can speak to whether other towns have the issue. I've seen other towns have the issue.
Well, but I just mean in this doesn't have any.
I've always advised everybody that, first of all of your public documents are public records.
Yes.
They're discoverable in a court of law.
Yes.
If you use your own personal email account, you will subject yourself to a search of that account.
Yes.
The issue becomes if you're using your own personal account, as Andrea pointed out. In town, we have the ability, and we do back these up, I don't know, daily, weekly, bi-monthly. You don't. And we may run into a situation where there's a public records request and your email doesn't work, didn't back up, or do something that could get us in trouble. So, you know, if it would be best if you could get your own town-sponsored email account and do all town business from there. If you're using your own personal Gmail account,
I'm using an account set up for
all right,
this.
so
So it was brand new when I started, and it only has town stuff in it.
yeah, because I was going to say I've had cases where people have had to submit to allow
Well, of course,
somebody
when I-
to search there, and you know you do a keyword search of whatever, and
Yeah.
you'd be surprised what comes up. It's nothing that's illegal or immoral or anything, but you know you don't want somebody reading about. You know, we had a great time on Thursday, and what a great time at the barbecue. You just.
Right.
But
So
the other issue is as a public record, the town is supposed to keep public records, not you. That's
and so, but it
that's
doesn't
an
become a
issue.
public record, right? Until you
No, it becomes a public record the minute you, as a board
The minute
member.
you create
until
it.
you submit it as like the we're talking about the notes, right? The
No.
minutes and
No,
stuff.
talk about your email.
Anything that you do, for example, you email Alex and say, and I think you can do this about an agenda, and can we put this on our agenda? That's a public record.
Immediately.
What time is the meeting? That's a public record. One of your constituents emails you and says, Sarah, I don't like what's going on down there, the construction down on Main Street, the dust in my house is terrible. What can we do about this? Public record.
Yeah.
It's all public record. And the town is supposed to keep public record, not the individual board members.
From an IT, I had a long career in IT. So from an IT standpoint, if there was a public records request, my understanding of the law, so from an IT standpoint, it's not hard to go in and pull stuff from people's accounts. That I know.
Yeah.
But there's a time frame under which all of this needs to be done. So
10 business days.
10 business days. So if it becomes a public record immediately and then you're subject to some sort of public records request, you need to respond to that. We don't even have to respond to it because they just take care of it as town employees.
We already had one for emails from me.
The
Shipped
other
them all over within
Right.
3
so
days. We had
just from if
Okay.
we all did it differently,
Yeah.
it would be a nightmare to actually organize and respond to things within 10 days. And if we don't respond within 10 days, then that's a problem.
It can be a problem. We certainly can't charge for it.
Well, I wouldn't want to operate in such a way that we would be creating problems automatically by having to search different emails, right? Or
Yeah,
go to a
it-
different vendor,
It certainly
or go to
makes it
Google
more
or
difficult.
something like
and
that.
I will tell you, I had a very similar situation, Sarah, as you, where there was a guy who set it up for him, Selectboard member at gmail.com. He named it, I'm not going to tell you the town. And it was a free Gmail account. And we got a public record request. Any and all emails from Joe, select board member, to I forget who, town administrator, whatever. We found out that Google only archives those for 3 months, and they wanted
Okay.
to go back 5
I hear you.
years.
So I'll CC it. I still need to be able to use the tools, but I will CC
Yeah,
it on that.
and I also volunteered, since I have a Mac, I can show you what I did with Outlook, and also the browser takes the whole email client out of the picture if you don't want to use an email
Okay,
client.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I use the Outlook app, and
But you don't have to.
you don't have to, but I find it fabulous. It's
So just to be clear, what happened is
not that hard.
I purchased Office and it sits on my computer. The minute I started using the town Outlook, it overtook my Office and tried to say I was 365 and tried to say I needed to pay for a membership to a thing that I didn't have. So that's the issue, because
They're trying to
it's got all
upsell,
my-
once you're in Outlook, they're trying to upsell you to 365.
yeah, trying to make money. That's what.
Right, and if you want to use 365, which I've had to do for the FERC negotiations, because we use Teams instead of Zoom, then I would just go through IT and get the whole 365 set up. You don't have to pay for it.
No.
Yeah,
That's
no,
part
I'm
of-
going to do it through Dartmouth because that's where my data is. So I'll have 365 through Dartmouth, and then it'll give me access to whatever I need.
Right. I mean, the one point to point out is that until we started doing this,
Well,
at
as
some
long as
point,
you've got it, just
in-
to finish that thought though,
The address still belongs.
no, I mean, there's no reason why you should have to pay extra for doing town business, was my point. But if you
Right.
get it through Dartmouth anyway, that's fine.
I can, but I hate 365
Okay.
with a burning passion.
Well, then you don't, but my
you don't-
point
and
is
you
you
don't
don't
have
need
to
to
use
use
that.
that either, so.
You don't have to use
But
that.
if you want to.
no, it's just, and the
Yeah.
reason we started it, and Alex can speak to it prior, he didn't have one until
We're
I set
just
up
trying to remove
town
all
emails.
the
Is we
obstacles
we
for you,
currently have
Sarah.
no archive access to any board member prior to the time that I started board
2018,
emails.
2019
We what?
or so.
Okay.
Prior to me setting up town email access,
It was a problem.
that we had none.
Yeah,
We
well,
had
So all those
it
select board
was-
members moved out and
it was
took
a
their
big
emails
problem.
with
No,
them,
I
and
know
I
it
have
came
nothing.
up, it came up on
So-
town
So then
governance.
It did
I,
come up, yeah,
I
no.
will. I concede to the accumulated wisdom in the room, but I do request that we remove the phrase "and answered from." If I'm CCing everything, then I can answer from either one, and it'll be CC'd, so you'll have the record. That's on the draft
Well, then,
changes.
in effect, you
You're
are
answering
answering
from.
from if you.
If I CC it,
Correct.
okay. Good enough.
Although technically,
Right, that's my point. So
They-
technically,
They should be getting the response from your town email, not
because
a Gmail.
if you don't, what ends up happening, because I have a Gmail account too, is people, when the auto population
They'll email
feature
response
on-
to your Gmail.
hang on. The auto population feature on most email clients will default to whichever one was used first or the longest. So I can't tell you the number of things that I get from folks that go to my Gmail account because they knew me before I was a select board member. And so what I do is the reason why I use
you
this.
forward it?
No.
Oh.
Respond.
What I did was I used the same email client, and then I would switch in my reply, I would switch which account, I can show you later,
It came from.
which it comes from, so that then if they perpetuate the thread, it doesn't become one of these things where
Forward.
you're forward. Okay, now I got to forward this one, now I got to forward this one.
Right.
And then the actual thread is all messed up.
Yeah,
right?
the overcomplication.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So we can talk
Yeah.
later. You can show me
I'm
about
more
the
than
client
happy to
thing.
go through all
Thank
that
you.
with you, and I can give you like 5 different options.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Cindy.
Sarah, you said something about you want to remove.
There's a sentence that says a phrase that it says must be CC'd to and answered from, and I requested to remove and answered from
Okay.
because if you're CCing it, then it's
Where?
already in the account.
Could you just tell me where
That-
that's located,
That's
Sarah?
This is
me.
on electronic mail. It's about underneath. It's in the paragraph
4.
underneath. Communicate the password to the town secretary. That's
Where it's crossed out.
scratched
Gotcha.
out.
Okay.
There's
And
a
it says
line.
and answered from underneath there. That's what I was requesting.
Okay.
That's what I'm just going to point out though, that's what you're requesting. We haven't voted on it
Yeah,
yet.
no, she just
Okay.
asked. She was clarifying.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, I'll bring it all back
because
when everyone's here
I
for
would
you to
argue
vote on.
against that, but.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Do you-
okay.
We'll discuss that.
Yeah.
I might agree with you now that I've heard, but she was just asking what I.
Yeah,
We'll
okay.
discuss
Okay.
that at a
Just
later
clarifying.
time. So,
Okay.
I just want to,
I'm just going to say, because I worked in IT for a long time and I managed the help desk, it also screws up getting actual help when you utilize different things from an IT standpoint, either on your laptop or different clients. It makes it harder to support people, and it ends up in the long run costing a lot more money because they're having to support many different
Like not
things.
getting any
Right.
support from them
So,
anyway.
so anyway, I'm having a flashback to like prior job things.
And now next,
All right, social media.
Yes, social media. So we don't
Sure.
have the position of town crier here, where someone stands on the porch and gabs about what they have on their mind to spread town business. So we don't do that
We
anymore.
do
So
that.
we could, I
The
guess.
mini mart
The-
and MIMS.
But we have this lovely thing called social media now that has plagued and has toxified our society. So how do we navigate a select board with social media?
Well,
And how
one-
do we prevent people
Well,
from...
one of the reasons I brought this was because I'm finding departments are creating, whether the town's doing a page
Oh, de facto.
or social media or Facebook or whatever, you have departments that are doing it with no policy. You have no policy, and EMS is doing it to get promotional. Your
Police, they
your,
do
your
it.
police do
Fire.
it. Your fire department does it, which is great. No one wants to interfere with that. The problem was
Highway,
you have
yeah.
no boundaries on what's going on.
And we have no control over it either. And I'm not saying we need to have control.
No,
but
no, that's right. And I'm not saying anyone wants control, but I think that, and plus you have members of any board or department that can go out on social media and say, so the idea is to at least be part of the conversation, at least be part of the narrative with some sort of things that the town says, hey,
Okay.
when you're representing us, this is what you can and can't
So,
do.
Jeff, what would you recommend?
I mean, I gave you a sample one.
Do you want to tell us some horror stories from other towns?
Well, I think you guys all know the horror stories, right? I mean, one of the things from my point of view is the open meeting law issue, and that is when we have multiple board members commenting on social media, be it Facebook, be it, I guess, what?
Next
door.
Next.
Or
something.
no, or yeah, next door neighbor or
Terrible
something
sight.
alike. Again, if you got a 5-member board, or if you get a 3-member board and 2 members are on there talking about town business, the business within their jurisdiction, that's an open meeting law violation. The other thing here is, as Andrea points out, you get a situation where you have, under the guise of an official town website, policies or at least viewpoints that are being put out there that aren't necessarily something that the town would want to get behind. So having a policy that at least puts out what the official website needs to look like and what you can and can't say necessarily on there, as far as like fact-based and the like. You can't tell somebody that they can't speak in social media because they have a First Amendment right to speak. But they don't have a First Amendment right to speak as the select board of the town of Northfield when it's only one select board member who's actually saying it. So I've seen a lot of these policies throughout the Commonwealth for most of our towns are now starting to adopt them.
Okay, so here's a question for you, Jeff. So when somebody posts something on Nextdoor or on Facebook or something like that, where you knowingly are aware that a quorum can exist,
I knew you were
and
gonna
then you
say that.
start discussing something town business related in your capacity as a select board individual, I guess that doesn't even matter because of, when you're elected, that's the position you have.
Well,
So
if it's a topic that's
Right.
coming before the board.
you post something
Right.
on this Nextdoor site when you know for a fact that there are other board members associated with Nextdoor, but they can't respond, and that just gives you a platform to kind of say what you want to say because you know that somebody else can't respond.
Well, it's worse. It's because you have a quorum of the board hearing
It's disgusting.
a deliberation. A deliberation, it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 of you talking or 3 of you talking or the quorum talking. Me giving my say on this, my opinion on this for a matter that's coming before this board, and the 3 of you are listening to it, and we're a 5-member board. Quorum, you just heard my. They found open meeting law violations where they were transmitting a document that somebody was charged with drafting.
Oh.
And had put in the comments and whatnot, and just transmitted it to the other board members to look at outside of the meeting. So it's as I said at the open meeting law, and I'll probably say it it's fraught with peril. It's difficult when you're on a board and you're on one of these sites speaking about business that's going to come before you. And if it's adjudicatory in nature, for example, a planning board talking about a permit. Now all of a sudden we have due process rights involved. You know, I have the right to notice an opportunity to be heard on my permit, and here I've got the board essentially deliberating outside of the board meeting, and I have no ability to say anything, or do I even know they're deliberating? So it's a very difficult situation. So again, I hate to say this, and I know you guys will roll your eyes when I say it. The best thing is not to get on there. The best thing is not to comment. I think that social media certainly has a place in our society, no doubt about it. Especially for public officials, where you can go on and you can read and see, people are not happy about this, or people like this, or you know. But once you start getting in and saying, yeah, well, how about we do this, and it becomes a situation where it's not all of it is a violation, but it could end up in a violation.
Similar example, whether you say it in person or you say it online, it's especially problematic if you're talking about employees, right?
Well, yes.
I don't even mean like
Yes.
free. So free speech is one thing, but matters that come before the board is another, and then still another, because it has a whole nother layer of legal restrictions or procedures, is about employees, about any employees. And I guess what I'm also trying to understand is, are you saying so that on Nextdoor, so I only use it to post about, I haven't used it lately, but I only use it to post about animals, and in the past I've posted about things that already occurred on the board, like here are the minutes, here's where you can find the select board meetings, etc. But are you saying that if somebody else posts, just by me being on Nextdoor, I'm consuming it passively? Is that what you're saying?
No, and that would be the issue as to whether or not somebody actually that you.
But if I see it, so somebody posts on a particular topic or on an employee on Nextdoor, that's a select board member, and I see it, are we somehow, or more than one of us, are we breaking open meeting law? Or we're dancing with it?
Well, I mean, you know, obviously there'll be a proof problem, right? I mean,
Right.
it's a situation.
Nobody can
where
tell that I saw it. But.
Yeah, you saw the mental impressions of a board member who said, I really think we ought to fire the highway director. He doesn't do very good. Look at the roads, they're all full of potholes, and you know, I see him, you know, he's never working. I always see him down wherever. And I think we ought to fire him. And you're the chair of the select board, who also happens to be the one that can fire him. And you three are, you know, the three others are on there. You got to be very, very careful. The best thing is like I say, is not to post.
Stay off of it. Stay off of it.
You can, you know, I'm not saying.
No, I go on and I look and I see what's the discussion.
You post about your animals,
Yeah.
and for you to post meeting minutes, that's not a deliberation or anything. You post meeting minutes, you post agendas, you post the 350 anniversary
Well,
celebration.
links to other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just, you know, it's in this line of being able to sit at home alone and yet have everybody in here. It's hard. It's a hard thing to prove, and there are hard lines to draw.
Well, these laws that dictate our powers and duties as select board members and our function of society go back so much more further than social media. And so what I've been telling people lately, it's like, you know, bringing dinosaurs back to modern times and trying to, you know, have these two entities that are separated by so much time function together. And I honestly don't think we can craft as many laws and policies as we want, but I don't think there's any appropriate way to make select boards in Massachusetts function with social media because of quorum issues and stuff like that. So, but, you know, that's just me.
I have a quick question about, though, something that you said, Jeff.
For 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Minutes and drafts. So you're saying that if we send emails I mean, we often, on different boards, will send drafts of minutes, and not on this board because the secretary sends them out, but if a member sends drafts of minute in a smaller board, is that a deliberation?
Well, if it's just if you send out draft minutes and said these are the draft minutes from the August 15th meeting, we're gonna try to approve these at our next meeting. Please come to the meeting with your comments.
Okay.
Fine.
So no comments sent.
Right, but if somebody sends one back and says, well, actually, I think we said X, and then somebody else pipes in and said, no, we didn't say X.
Yeah.
But I had heard that one-on-one was not a
That's
quorum.
an end run around.
If it's not a
one to
quorum,
you and then her
but-
and then the
But
you
if
can-
I've sent it to everyone.
you can serially
Got
do it.
it.
You know, like
Okay.
you're the hub and
Right.
and everybody else is a spoke.
So we can send, but you said something about, I'm just trying to extrapolate
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
social. You said something about somebody posts on social and then people have read it and that's a quorum. So if I send non-social, if I send a draft of a document, say, and I send it out to the other members of the board, now they're looking at it. Are you saying that that's deliberation? If they don't speak back about
I'd
it?
be careful because your mental. It depends on what the draft is. If it's a
Okay.
draft decision, typically the way they come out of is Sandra or whomever the assistant.
Well, I'm
is.
talking about more in general, not just.
I know you are, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying that typically, you have it go through
Part of your homework, so to
the
speak.
administrative person rather than from
Yes.
you. If you're sending out a document, for example, a decision, and you send it to everybody and there's input, that's where a violation was found. We
Okay.
just we've got to be real careful.
So you have to hand out things at a meeting? I mean, that
No, I mean, you
slows
can-
everything down.
you can
No,
send out-
them. Well, to a
You
certain
can send out homework and say, here's the homework, come to the meeting prepared to discuss. There can be no discussion. Or sometimes I have sent out
I
and
would never
said,
call it homework, though. It would
we just
meeting
call it
preparation.
right,
Yeah.
correct, whatever that
No,
the term is. But
actually,
or other
the-
times I have sent things out and said, each one of you send me your comments, and I put it into a single document. I don't resend it.
Right, and I can't
I
do
have
that
it
because I'm a
prepared.
board member. You're
Correct.
Yeah, and
If you had a
yeah.
secretary who could do that,
Right.
yes.
not. Okay, got it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, just one more thing, because I think it does say on the Attorney General's website, on the open meeting law guide, is that you can send materials for the meeting. You just cannot discuss them.
Correct.
If I'm putting, because I have the historical commission, and so I don't have an administrative assistant, and the secretary who for our board sends out the minutes, but we don't discuss them. And occasionally I have to lock down people from like Dixney on the recording aid.
And then I have one more question on social media. When I'm looking here, I looked at when it was defined. So people brushing up against it, but if they have to go to a place to see it, like if they have to go, for instance, these places that are setting newsletters, you have to choose to go there. That's okay, right? Like the police and the EMS, they have a newsletter. If it were, I don't know. I'm trying to explore the. We have you here, so I'm trying to explore the boundaries of it.
Police or fire, they have newsletters, but they're not.
They're departments.
They're departments. They are not subject to the open meeting law. You are as a select board member or a planning board member. So if you're putting down your mental impressions, your ideas in social media on a subject.
I'm just asking, what's the definition of social media in that sense? Is
Oh,
it posting it out on Nextdoor?
Yes, I believe that would absolutely be.
Okay.
Facebook, Nextdoor, I believe there was a definition in here that
Speed it.
Yeah.
It says
But it
social
says-
networking, Facebook,
Yeah.
LinkedIn, blogs, micro blogs like Twitter, content sharing sites like SlideShare, image sharing sites like YouTube.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
think
definition.
that it's an ever expanding, as you know.
Is it? But my question is it? Somebody said the words passive consumption.
I did.
Deliberate visiting. Is that because a blog somewhere else is someone would have to choose to go there?
Yeah, but if you choose to go there and you're a board member and other board members are talking about it, I believe that that's a deliberation.
Okay. Other board members. Okay.
Okay, so we're about 15 past getting close to that, but we did
10
start a
past,
few minutes
yeah.
late, so I'd say we were actually right on time in terms of, you know, what we've spent between these topics.
This is a lot of stuff.
A lot of
too.
stuff, a lot of good
And
things.
maybe, Sarah, some of this will help you out. This is a.
Oh,
You have the presentation.
oh, right.
But you can certainly move to see it if you
No,
want.
that's okay.
So we were trying to set it up so people could see it. And Misha asked if she could come
Hi,
because she
Misha.
wasn't able to attend the last one. So glad to have you. So I will work on comments, pieces, put together drafts to bring before the whole board again for you guys to reiterate and chew on again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to take this.
He's working.
How you doing?
Did he win?
I think so. I left it anyway.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, cool.
it's always,
Is it for him for soccer?
yeah, that's it.
Oh, here, there's my question right here.
So speaking of the open meeting law, here is an abbreviated overview. I gave this to the town a few weeks ago, you know.
Yeah.
Some of the board members were able to show up, some weren't, so I'm gonna come and just, it's gonna be somewhat abbreviated. Typically, I can get through this slideshow in 15 or 20 minutes if nobody talks. I usually, and I like, seriously, it usually takes me almost 2 hours. Because the thing about it, I like this because you guys have a lot of questions and it first of all, it makes it a lot easier for me to get
And
through.
we did remove the public records section just for
Yep.
this meeting, but I do have the full slide with the public records section for future reference, if anyone wants it.
I already have
Can
that.
everybody see what you want?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that, for the sake of our digital record, that we, thank you.
He
Tyler.
has the slides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just-
So, the first thing first, this is a disclaimer that says, not, you know, you can't hold me responsible for anything I say. Okay, so here we have the open meeting law definition, and a lot of times when somebody calls me on the phone, when he will say, is this an open meeting law violation, you'll hear in my mind going, all right, it's a meeting, okay, deliberation, was it a deliberation amongst a quorum, and is it of a public body? And in there, we'll break those three out, but that's the analysis that goes. A meeting is a deliberation amongst a quorum of a public body to discuss matters within the jurisdiction of
Oh, he needs
the
a
body.
microphone?
It's right there.
You need a microphone, Jess.
I moved it over.
XLR, or was there enough cord?
I just moved
Yeah,
it
there's
over.
plenty. You have to use it in order to
Okay.
work. All right, is that better?
Yep.
All right, so a meeting is a deliberation amongst a quorum of a public body to discuss matters within the jurisdiction of the body. Deliberation, an oral or written communication through any medium, including electronic mail, and I should say social media, etc., between or among a quorum of a public body on any public business within its jurisdiction. So I think between obviously is you guys going back and forth. Among could be one of you expounding your position on something that's before you to a quorum of the board. A quorum is a majority of the full complement of the members of a multi-member board, except in limited circumstances. The limited circumstances are typically for Conservation Commission. They have some special rules, but 5-member board it's 3, 7-member board it's 5, 3-member board it's 2. A public body is a multi-member board, commission, committee, or subcommittee within any city, region, or town, however created, elected, appointed, or otherwise constituted, established to serve a public purpose. I get a lot of subcommittee questions when a board puts together a subcommittee to advise it or to make recommendations on something within that serves as a public purpose. That subcommittee is a public body and is subject to the open meeting law. So meetings, provided no opinions of the governmental body are expressed, attendance or distribution amongst a quorum will not constitute a meeting or a deliberation in the following circumstances. But again,
no opinions of the governmental body are expressed. So, like I say in my example with the social media, if you're providing opinions of your to the governmental body, that could be an open meeting law violation. But here, what we're talking about is the distribution. This is the exceptions: the distribution to the public body by a member of a meeting agenda, scheduling of procedural information, reports or documents that may be discussed at an upcoming meeting, so long as the material do not express the ideas, feelings, belief, opinions of a member of the body. So no comments or annotations by board members. Again, if you created the document, you probably are going to run afoul of that. Attendance at an on-site inspection, those are exempt from the open meeting law. However, two things. If you go to an on-site inspection, you can't deliberate. You can't talk about it. And if you think you're going to talk about it, the thing to do would be to notice it. However, if you notice it, you got to let the property owner or whomever know that the public would have to be allowed to come. Now, 98% of the time, the public never comes. But understand that that's something that would have to be. But if you're not going to talk, and the way you get around that is, and it will say it probably in the next slide or two, the way you get around that is you don't talk at the meeting, at the on-site. But you schedule a meeting and you notice a meeting for immediately after. Then you come down, you sit down, you have your meeting, and you discuss why everything's fresh in your mind. Attendance at a public or private gathering or social event, obviously you go to the Christmas parties, you go to the 350th celebration. You don't have to call a meeting. Just don't talk about stuff within your jurisdiction. Attendance at a posted meeting of another public body, communicating only by open participation on matters under discussion at the meeting and not privately amongst themselves. You can get up at the planning board meeting and say, I'm all for this project. I think it's a wonderful project. I'm speaking as John Q. citizen, and Heath, you can get up and say, I'm speaking as John Q. citizen, and I agree too, and I think it's a wonderful project. And then B can get up and say the same thing. What you can't do is sit over there, the three of you in the corner, discussing the project.
Okay.
Practical approaches to avoid violations. If you're attending a meeting of another body or a social event, avoid creating the appearance that the body is discussing municipal business. And yeah, exactly. If attending a site visit or meeting of another body, post follow-up meeting of the board or committee if the members anticipate they may want to discuss matters amongst themselves or respond to matters raised, which I said. Typically the best thing to do, at least for me because my memory is such, I do it immediately after. It's fresh in your mind. You might have taken some notes and you can sit down. If a member wishes to speak at a posted meeting of another public body, the member should be clear that the member is not representing their public body, but instead speaking as an individual. Or if a quorum of the board is going to be at another meeting, you can always post it as a joint meeting. And then you don't run afoul of anything, even if you start to talk with another board member about it.
We've done that a few times, the joint meeting thing.
Yeah, I frankly, I think that's probably the option that a lot of boards take. And even if you don't talk about it, at least it protects you.
Yep.
So deliberations by email. Email is now expressly addressed in the open meeting law. A quorum may not use email to share their ideas, feelings, opinions, beliefs, whether serially or in a single email on board business, and may not use a non-member to avoid the law. In other words,
What does that mean?
that means you can't everybody send their thoughts to Andrea, and then Andrea immediately forward them all back out.
No, I can sit on them and bring them to the meeting, where you
sit
can
on them and bring
deliberate.
them to the meeting, or synthesize them
But I
and bring
can't
them to
send
the
it back
meeting.
out to all
But
of
you
you.
can't push them back out. Practical approaches, of course, beware of the reply to all email. Limit use of email to scheduling purposes, and try to avoid using email to undertake town business other than scheduling. And frankly, other than communications with your constituents, right? I think that's the one that we often use it for. Assume, and this is a very important one, assume the email may be forwarded to unintended recipients and therefore limit content to business matters. Be prepared to read your email in a local newspaper or blog or in a courtroom. My experience is having defended a lot of municipalities. They often come up. Be prepared for what it's going to say when somebody gets up there on the stand and reads your email. And I think that if you think about that before you send out an email, it probably will cure any problems that we have. Don't ask for or express opinions, ideas, feelings, beliefs, or impressions in an email to other members. Again, that's the deliberation piece. Here we go. Deliberations on social media.
Yippee.
Social media is also subject to the open meeting law. Alternative electronic communications have become more prevalent, including blogging, instant messaging, texting, social networking sites such as Facebook, Snapchat, and Twitter. X, what are the other ones? That's a smattering. That is not an exhaustive list.
No.
Practical approaches to avoid violations: do not direct comments to other members of the body. If matters directly involve issues pending for the board, be very careful before engaging. I would frankly say, don't engage. Be thoughtful about the manner in which the comments are made. Remember that applicants have due process rights. If the board member is involved in a matter adjudicating the rights of others, only discuss the matter at the hearing. That's where, Heath, you missed it. We got into it a little bit more when we were talking about the social media policy. And that was, in one of these, like on Twitter or whatever, if I'm a planning board member and I've got somebody coming up to have a solar permit, the planning board member really shouldn't be commenting on Twitter or any of these other things about any project that are going to come before them. The applicant has a right to due process, and with you discussing it without them in the room or even knowing, it's a violation. It could be a violation of their rights.
Jeff, just one other point on that. I don't know if ethically or practically speaking, if I know I'm bringing something to a board, which a select board, planning board, board of health, whatever, I would want to know that the members were keeping an open mind. So
Yes.
if I saw what their opinion was, so it has nothing really to do with, it could be fine from an open meeting law standpoint, but I would question whether or not you've now given the appearance that you're not open to whatever is going to come before you because you've already expressed your opinion. And I think that creates a real slippery slope, and I think that also makes somebody appear less trustworthy. Like I don't want people to feel like they're going to come before and I've already predetermined what my response is.
Prejudge them. No, I agreed, and
Okay.
that is part of a due process. I do have the.
Well, even if it's not a permit, so to speak, but a topic that I haven't heard everybody's opinions on yet. If I start expressing them too early, then I'm effectively possibly closing off some people from feeling like they could express.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think the overarching message that I try to give to you as a lawyer, I love to tell you, don't do it. Don't go on social media. Don't look at it. Don't give public comment during your meeting. But I'm also, come on. My mother was an assessor for 28 years in a town and elected, and I get it. And I've worked with you guys for 20 years. I get it. So if you're going to go on, you got to be really, really careful now.
Okay.
Really careful. Personal use of social media, practical steps. If a public official or employee will use social media, make sure you differentiate between an official site and a private site. We discussed that a little bit on the social media policy. If you post on social media in a personal capacity, make sure that the post so indicates. Again, you're trying to separate yourself from your board. It's difficult, and depending upon what you say, the mere fact that you're saying I'm doing this personally, the overall import of what you say may not bear that out. So you just got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Do you mean put more plainly, do you mean if I say it's personal, but it's actually a matter that comes before the board?
And you're speaking as a board member, but you just say, "Oh, this is personal,"
Right.
and, you know,
But not really.
But
I said
yeah,
it was personal.
exactly.
No, Tammy,
But not really. So, use a municipal email address rather than a private email address for official business. We discussed this a little bit before. All emails, most emails are public records. Obviously, emails that you share between council are protected, and there are other exemptions to the open meeting law, or strike that, to the public records law. But the easiest and best way to do this is to have a clear official business email and your private email. I can tell you we had a really nasty case probably about 8 or 9 years ago, maybe even 10 now, where we had planning board members who were accused of open meeting law violations, that they were out to get this big developer. We went back and forth. We had our clients say that they only use their official email accounts, and somehow this developer got a hold of official business with personal email accounts in the header. We went back and forth. We ended up having to bring in a specialist, and he went through everybody's personal computers, and the court, I mean, there were thousands of documents. And like I say, there's nothing immoral or illegal, but you know, you're reading emails that are talking about, you know, what a great time we had on Saturday, and you know, and just some of the stuff we say, and it got real messy, and it really wasn't a pleasant thing. So the easiest way to do it is to separate the two. Use social media in an official capacity.
Jeff, I'm just going to point out that's really expensive too, right? The legal and the forensic time.
Oh, that was, yeah. I mean, just getting as you probably know, just getting the IT people in there, okay? And so what you do is they do the search and they come back with, and I'm not joking, we'll have 35,000 pieces of paper.
Right.
And then we have a special software that we need to use at, I forget what it is, $500 to $1,000, that allows us to keyword it and search it and also redact it. But then you're paying a lawyer 8-10 hours to run the software and to do it. So yeah, it's very expensive.
Okay.
What do you mean on the first one between official site and private site? What do you mean by that?
I think sometimes employees or public officials will put together their own, you know, town of Northfield site, and it was just you doing it. So if it's your own personal, you know, what's new in Northfield, I think you got a different, you know, I am so-and-so and I'm on the board of the select board. However, I'm doing this from my own personal, you know, you just really got to make sure that it is.
we had in Buckland where someone set up a rec site, not condoned by the town. Used it to post all sorts of things about rec until they left being chair, and then wouldn't turn over the site.
Oh,
It was personal to them. It
right.
really was never ours
Yep.
as a town, and that becomes very problematic.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's that there are nefarious reasons for doing it. I just,
You just lose control of
yeah,
it.
you know, yeah. And at the end of the day, the issue becomes, is just like you pointed out, is when people leave. I'm still tracking down a police chief in a different community, trying to get documents because the police chief used a personal email, and those are town email, those are town documents. And so, anyways, use municipal email rather than private. We did that. Use social media in official capacity for public announcements, emergency alerts, and event reminders. We said that on the social media policy. That's the safest thing to do, is certainly from the town. B, you talked about posting meeting minutes, that kind of stuff. I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
It's extra. It's not the official stuff. It's just a link to the official stuff.
Yeah, but even if you're doing that,
Yeah.
and on our own personal basis, I think that's fine. As long as you're not ad-libbing and talking about the board's business.
Or pontificating.
Or pontificating. Bloviating, some may say. Do not debate or discuss matters with members of the public if such matters are or could be pending before the board. I think, B, you would mention that. Planning board member, really shouldn't engage on social media with somebody from the public about their opposition to a solar field, wherever a solar field may be. It really, you just shouldn't, right? Even if it's not a deliberation, because it's only one member, although other members are looking at it, you might end up with an issue. This is just and this is probably, well, this might be helpful for you. The meeting, you have an agenda that needs to be posted at least 48 hours in advance, not including Saturdays, Sundays, or legal holidays. Notice must include date, time, place of the meeting, listing of topics that the chair reasonably anticipates will be discussed at the meeting. The AG's office says a topic will generally be considered to be included sufficient specificity when a reasonable member of the public could read the topic and understand the anticipated nature of the public body's discussion. We had one, and you probably read about this town, where they said that they were going to discuss update on COVID. They adopted COVID regulations during the update on COVID. AG said, do over. That wasn't sufficient.
Question. Do you specifically, if for example, use the word approve something, do you specifically have to say that you're going to vote on it? That came up in a couple of instances that...
It would be best votes may be taken is what you say at the end.
But they had approve.
Yeah, so
To
let's give an
discuss and
example, and I won't
approve.
pick on any agency, but I think we all know who I'm talking about. They had something on their agenda, and throughout the other items on the agenda, it was vote, vote. When it came to this particular one, it was discussion and approval. Vote, vote. So it was in parentheses at the end of the discussion topic. That one particular one, it was discussion and approval, but didn't use the word vote, but then got to that meeting and used that as an excuse not to discuss it that night. They said, we didn't do the word vote, and that's my mistake, so we're going to do this on a different night. And then it ended up being held on another night.
They just didn't vote.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, they put the words approval, discussion and approval, but they didn't put the word vote, so they decided not to vote on it or even discuss it that night.
They talked about it.
Yeah,
just
they did
didn't-
discuss
they
it, but
just
no
wouldn't-
decision. They made no
wouldn't
decision.
approve it.
Right.
because they
Because-
felt as though a reasonable member of the public could read the topic and understand the anticipated nature of the public body's discussion.
Approval. That's how I read it.
I
Vote and approval.
You know,
Approval's a vote, right?
yeah, I can't. If they had voted on it and I had to defend it, I think I got a pretty good case. I will say that. They didn't do it. They felt as though it wasn't sufficient. But
Because you've established the practice of using it.
I don't know if that's...
Well, that's how,
Yeah.
if I was a lawyer, that's what I'd be looking at, is if you somehow established some sort of practice that clearly indicated you were going to vote and then you chose not to.
that's the flip side. But
Yeah.
but certainly approval is
A
in
vote.
this instance a vote.
Implies a vote.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
would,
what I
would, a,
thought.
would, a, would a member of the public anticipate the nature of the public body's discussion? I think I could say yes. The sufficiency of the meeting notice will be judged both on its face and in the context which was actually discussed.
Oh,
The example that I gave you about the COVID policy. Matters not reasonably anticipated by the chair must be added to the agenda after posting deadline to the extent feasible. You find out the next day you're going to put it on, and it's legitimate to be put on. You have to update the agenda, and you typically will put the date that it was updated. Must show time and date of the update as well as a change to the agenda. Matters not reasonably anticipated the chair may be discussed and acted upon. AG recommends that unless matter requires immediate attention, it should be put off to a later meeting and included in the posting. Forgetting to put something on an agenda is not reasonably anticipated. I can't tell you how many times I get calls that say, "We forgot to put it on. Can we just put it?" Probably not. Conduct at the meetings. This is we went over this during the policy, but I'll go over it again. The open meeting law does not mandate that any particular person be allowed to speak at a meeting, right? I suppose the chair would have to speak, but person being outside of the board. The open meeting law does not require that a public body allow any kind of public participation or public comment. We talked about that before. It's an open meeting law only for the public to see you do their business in the open. Instead, the open meeting law provides that the chair has the sole discretion as to who may speak, for how long, or if they may speak again. All right, we talked about that, and in light of the Barron case, we've also said that in order to head off any claims of favoritism, censorship, or the like, First Amendment violations, we strongly recommend the boards, if you're going to have a public participation, public comment period, which I think about 99.9% of the boards I deal with do, that you have some policies that you'd say, like you say, we're going to do it. You can get up, you can talk for 3 minutes. We're only going to take it for 15, 20, whatever. But those should be beforehand. They shouldn't be ad hoc. You shouldn't make them up every time. You should be able to, everybody would understand how long they're going to be able to speak. That way, if somebody gets up there and starts talking about something that is not something that the board wants to hear, that is critical of the board, that we can't be said that, oh, you shut me down and only let me speak 3 minutes because of what I said. Right. You'll say, no, you got shut down for 3 minutes after 3 minutes because it's the policy that's been in place for the last 4 years.
Right.
And to clarify on the last point, chair has sole discretion as to who may speak, but if we have it on the agenda, then it's part of the agenda, right?
Yeah, you run into, right, if you have public comment, typically without the public comment, a chair can recognize somebody in the audience, allow them to speak. If you have public comment, the chair can't pick and choose, right? The chair can have the rules of the road, which we just talked about, 3 minutes, which frankly, I think are generous. I often see 1 minute. In fact, I see town meetings with only 1 minute, but they allow them to speak maybe more than once. But so here we go. Any rules about public participation must relate to the process for such participation and may not relate to speech protected by constitutional principles. Any restrictions on speech, including as to time, must be content neutral and narrowly tailored to the public body's interest. All right, so content neutral, saying you can only get up for 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, and narrowly tailored to the public body's interest. Your interest would be the orderly and peaceful conduct of a meeting, and frankly, the time, right? You the ability to complete a meeting in an hour or two, I think, is in the public body's interest, rather than letting one of these things go on for hours and hours and hours. Not that it ever happens, but items to consider. I think we said before, avoid debate. During public comment, it's best if the board makes no comments at all. Doesn't debate it, doesn't respond back and forth, other than to say thank you very much.
I was just about to say that's usually what I say. Thank you very much for your concerns. So.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But occasionally I have seen boards start to go back and forth. Two issues with that. First of all, then when you go over the 3 minutes, or if there's a conflict, and you go over 3 minutes, well, you shut me down because of my viewpoint. And secondly, we could also run into open meeting law violations, right? If we're bringing up a topic that's not on the agenda and all the board members start to get into it, it could be a violation of the open meeting law.
So if it's on a lighter note, smaller note, we have had people come because they think the only way to address a complaint, for example, maybe on their street, is to come before the board on a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So is it possible to refer them to the town administrator
Oh, absolutely.
as part of the comment without getting into discussion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something.
I mean, if we're trying to solve a problem, I think
Yes.
that's where we've
Yes.
gotten stuck too, is we want to be helpful, but then we're like, but we can't see anything because it's
We'll
not on
just-
the agenda.
Yeah.
Throw it to Andrea, and then she can answer it.
She can either answer it or she can discuss it with the chair to put it on a future agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't think we should be using that as freely as we want to, though. I just think that kind of sets a bad precedence where it's like anybody who comes up as a citizen now can be
Not
like,
as a conduit.
right,
Yeah.
okay, well, let's just ask Andrea and use her every single time, and that's not
Sometimes
a
I
good
don't know
standard.
the answer.
Yeah,
Then I'm going to say
So-
put it on a future
But I
agenda.
mean, if it's a simple, like,
something's, yeah,
come to the
Yeah.
office tomorrow and Sandra's going to do the form
right.
with you, or
Yeah, we can-
we'll take your form, or we'll connect you with the building inspector. Whatever it is, it's usually something that we want to be helpful about, but we're not going to discuss anyway.
Right.
We just want to get them pointed in the right direction to the right person. So it is acceptable then to have the town administrator respond because she's not part of the public body.
Yeah, I also
Okay.
think if somebody gets up and says that, you know, I've got a neighbor next door, or, you know, they got 40 chickens, they all smell, they keep me up all night long, all day long, and the zoning only allows for 6 chickens and no roosters, and they got 5 roosters. I think you can say that is a zoning issue, and there's an avenue to go to the building inspector to address your grievance. That's not necessarily debating or really responding. I don't think it's really
Okay.
getting into a deliberation there. I think just saying that here's the person you go to is fine.
Okay,
All right.
that's good. That's helpful.
Avoid responding to a comment before the board has had the opportunity to discuss it, or when the matter is controversial. Again, that would be avoiding the debate. Leave matters raised during public speak unresolved. And again, you know,
That's
the
right.
unresolved part was I gave you my zoning thing. When you came in, when you go to say that's really should go to the building inspector. I suppose that's resolved, but you know, if they get up and they say the potholes, what are we going to do about all these potholes? I want you to do X, Y, and Z. At that point, it's not up to you. I strongly recommend that you don't sit down and say, okay, this is what we should do, and Heath jumps in and says, no, I think we ought to do this, and then B,
Yeah.
you know,
No.
so you just say thank you. You know, I hate to say it, thank you very much. Not engaging and instead placing the item on an upcoming agenda for which formal notice of the item appears. We've talked about that.
Okay.
If it reaches the level that you think it ought to be on an agenda, I think there's no problem with you saying, you know what, I do think that requires more discussion. We can't do that because of the open meeting law, but I'm gonna see if we can get that on an upcoming agenda so that we can actually have a good discussion.
Yep.
So Alex can say that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think you can.
So I think that's helpful because I think people get frustrated because they're looking for some sort of answer and we're just kind of sitting there looking at them. They're like, okay, thank you very much. But so you could say to them, it can be on a future meeting if we so determine.
Yeah, I mean, again, as Alex pointed out, I would be judicious with that, and
Yeah,
depending
yeah.
upon the, you know, if it's a one-off with my zoning issue,
Yeah.
you're not going to put that on an agenda. You're going to send it over to the zoning enforcement officer,
Right.
and he or she's just going to take care of it. But if it's I can't think of something. But if it's something that really you think would require discussion by the entire board, you can put it on the agenda. Yeah, you can say that I'll put it on a future agenda.
Okay.
And if you're going to ask me where the bright line in that is, yeah, that's probably a local thing for you guys to figure out what you think is worthy of getting a full-blown discussion on an agenda.
Okay.
Well, we have a proposed agenda list that we discuss at the end, so somebody could very well be talking about something that's on the proposed agenda list, but it's not for that night.
Yep. Meeting minutes content. Sarah, this is near and dear to your heart.
Here we go.
Date, time, place of meeting, members present and absent. Detailed summary of the discussion of each topic sufficient to allow a person not present at the meeting to understand the substance of what occurred at that meeting. Not a verbatim back and forth. However, there has to be some substance. I think that we here were found to be in violation of an open meeting law 2 years ago?
3 years
21?
ago, for one set of minutes.
For one set of minutes.
That got corrected.
And while I frankly thought that they were sufficiently detailed, the AG's issue was that they appeared to be more detailed on one side than on another. And I think that that's sufficient to say. So we redid the meeting minutes, and we were all set. But I just think that we've got to be careful, certainly in this day and age, of being called biased. So if we are going to be succinct on everybody in favor of something, we need to be equally succinct on all the comments against.
Just to clarify, it was the select board minutes.
No, it was not at the select board meeting. Nope. Decisions made, actions taken, votes recorded, motions made, I should say as well. No secret ballots permitted. List of documents and other exhibits used by the body at the meeting, which will be part of the record, but not the minutes. Okay, this is something. Documents and physically present at the meeting, and document is verbally identified, and the content of the document is discussed by its members. So even if you have a town council letter at the very top that says it's confidential, not a public document, attorney-client privilege, and you get up there and you wave it around and you say town council has said this and town council has said that, and I've got this. You could very well turn that into a public record. Now, most of the time, our opinions are such that, frankly, we don't care if they're put out into the public. But if you're at an open meeting and you're waving them around, they may end up having to be a public document. So if it's something that we feel very strongly about and we don't want to waive our privilege because it's your privilege, not mine. You might be able to say we've spoken with town council and he or she has opined that this would be a violation or XYZ. I think that's enough to keep it confidential. But if you start pointing to it and the like in your hand, you might run into problems.
Well, I think that and is really important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So here we have open session meeting minutes, and now this probably isn't necessarily for you guys, but well, I guess it is. Open session meeting must be created and approved in a timely manner. New regulations provide that approval must occur generally within the next 3 meetings or within 30 days, whichever is later. I think a lot of communities are behind on this, and I think COVID knocked them back severely. But I do know that the AG will find an open meeting law violation if you haven't done it. The AG will most likely work with us if we find this a situation like this. But it's really important to get these things approved. And the other thing about having approved minutes posted on a website, especially, is if we get a public records request for all meeting minutes from here till eternity, from the start of the earth till eternity. We can point them to the website rather than having to reproduce everything.
And it says there, regardless of whether they've been approved, does that mean all drafts are also?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Now, once you have made the draft, it's final.
That's what I meant.
If the draft is not noticed, if the draft hasn't substantially changed, you can delete the draft.
Okay.
Once it becomes final, like I say, if it's not substantially
changed. Once you have it
changed.
approved, that's the record.
Yeah, unless the draft was substantially changed.
Got it.
But you're sending it, and your email is public record.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I mean, I just think of everything as a public record that's going out. It's
Yeah,
easier that way.
drafts are public record once they've come once they're your agenda anyway. They're at your board meeting. It's a
No, but I mean,
So
I'm
much
thinking
paper.
I know.
Yes.
I know. I'm thinking more like the historical commission because I don't have the benefit of.
That's
Yeah,
what
so I'm
I'm
trying because I know you have that too. Is because we do send it out and then I've already received it as on my official email.
right.
So
Okay. It's a lot.
yeah, no, it is. That's why I have so many folders.
Yep, minutes of open meetings are public records as of the moment of their creation, regardless of whether they've been approved, so drafts are. Upon request, minutes must be made available within 10 days.
So one other thing, so we have the issue, which I've never run into or task, is once it's been approved and then amending it after the approval from a few months ago. Is there any?
Both sets go up.
What?
Both sets go up. You keep the old set and you
so
put up the
can-
amended
you
set.
can do
You
that.
can at the vote of the board.
But then you have to keep them separate as separate documents?
We just-
Like one was approved on
We would put up,
whenever?
you
and-
know, July 1st, 2022, July 1st, 2022 amended.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
okay.
would both go on
Revised.
Oh,
the
so you have
amended,
both
revised,
versions.
right,
Yeah.
Okay.
revised, whatever.
And
Okay.
I believe it would, I don't see that come up very often, but I think what it would probably, once they've been amended, I'm straight that, once they've been approved, it would probably require a vote of the board to bring them back up to amend them.
Right.
And then an affirmative vote of the board to make the, whatever amendment you wanted.
Right, and then we would post them as amended as
Yep.
a separate document.
Is that two motions then?
Yes. Motion to bring it up and
Oh.
discuss the amendment,
Okay.
and then once it's been done, move to approve the fall, the you know,
Amended.
the amendment.
Oh, okay.
Or the minutes as amended. So again, this probably, let's hope we don't have to do this very often. Upon a finding, the AG has a range of enforcement options from compelling compliance with the open meeting law and or attendance at a training session and or creation or disclosure of minutes, nullifying actions taken, imposition of a $1,000 fine for intentional violations. Then we can appeal to the court within 21 days. AG may file an action in the court to require compliance. If we don't comply, they can come after us for an injunction. And 3 registered voters may bring action in a superior court. So to go back, the finding of a violation, typically what happens is the AG compels compliance, meaning you didn't do, well, for example, with our meeting minute issue, the AG went back and said, redo the minutes and give us more detail in regard to X, Y, and Z. And our boards go back and we do it. And the AG says, great, thank you. I've also seen some where we haven't maybe properly noticed the meeting or something, and one of the remedial actions that we take even prior to the AG, a complaint comes it's sent into the AG and sent into the board. The AG then gives the board 30 days to try to cure the issue. You guys typically will send it over to us. What we'll do then is we'll look at what the complaint is. Sometimes they have merit, sometimes they don't. If they've got merit, we'll advise the board to, we'll respond for the boards on the board's behalf, and we'll advise the board to essentially ratify what they did at the meeting that allegedly was in violation of the open meeting law. Then we tell the AG, this is what the board did. We don't think it was a violation, but even if it was, we've ratified it in an open meeting. There are cases out there, AG opinions out there that say curing it by later ratification is sufficient.
Okay.
If they're big issues or issues that can't be ratified like that, the AG may require you to come to a training session. We hold them oftentimes. Creation of meeting minutes. Yeah, I've seen an awful lot of that lately where our boards just don't have them during COVID. The good news is we oftentimes have recordings. So the AG will say, look, you don't have any meetings minutes posted for the last 10 months, 20 months. Get them done. And we want you to get them done by X. And we want you to provide us with proof that you've done them by X or where you are after X. So, they usually work with us. There's a $1,000 fine for intentional violations. And you guys don't see many AG opinions, but oftentimes the AG will say it's a violation of the open meeting law. Essentially, we don't think you did it deliberately. We think that that you didn't know, but you do now, and any further violations of this nature will be treated as intentional. So what they're doing is they're setting up this fine.
Who pays that fine?
It would likely be the town. It wouldn't be an individual person. And then, of course, if we lose or if we get hit with a $1,000 fine and we say we don't think that was proper, we can appeal it to the Superior Court, or we just say, you know what, we're not giving you the meeting minutes. The AG can go to the court and get an injunction against us. And then, of course, there are 3 registered voters may bring an action in the Superior Court for a violation of the open meeting law and circumvent that entire process that I just laid out for you. There's a little bit here on the public records law. What is a public record? It's essentially just about anything that you can think of. All books, papers, maps, photographs, recorded tapes, financial statements, statistical tabulations, or other documentary materials or data, regardless of physical form or characteristics, made or received by any officer or employee of the town. Volunteer, you name it. And email, text. I've never had it, it says recorded tapes. I've never had anyone go after an answering machine. As I sit here and think about that. Phone calls aren't. Pick up the phone.
Go old school is the advice.
Yeah. It analyzes the content, not the form. It may include emails and other electronic communications, even if sent or received from a personal email account. You see, we have that underlined. This is something that comes up time and time and time again.
Could it be argued that a human being could be considered a public record?
Yeah, you know,
Just about. If you put a tattoo on you, maybe.
just about. Sarah, you had something?
It was further down.
Okay. May include all documents discussed or referred to in a public meeting. We just went over that, including any documents in any format shared at or prior to the meeting. Volunteers and the records they make and receive are not exempt, right? Just what I said. Employees, volunteers, I mean, you name it. Anything that has to do with town business essentially is going to be a public record. Use of municipal email addresses or creation of a specific email address for public role can address record retention issues. That's it could include text messages as well. As you and I, as we discussed, Heath, before you got here, we discussed use of a personal email created specifically for the public official, and while it's not, it could be allowed. One of the issues that we have is record retention issues, and it said we would have to figure out how, because the town IT person backs up your computer every
It's almost
night?
we're all the time.
Yeah, we don't have the same control over private email, and we worry about whether or not they're backed up and whether or not those emails would be
Archived mostly.
archived, if not. And as I pointed out earlier in another case, sometimes when town employees leave, they have all the records. They just leave, and it's not malicious. It's just they leave and you can't find them. They, you know,
Where have we heard a leaked documents issue before in our modest time?
And they could include text messages. Not could, they do include text messages. I've had cases where we've had to give away text messages. And I can tell you, from a practical standpoint, don't do text messages. They are so hard to reproduce. You know, you gotta like screenshot it. I mean, it's a disaster.
I got all my town ones in a Google Voice account that go right to a specific email, and if anybody ever wanted to request them, they're all.
Oh, you do? So, yeah, okay. So
it's
you
all
got
in a
to figure
specific
it.
account because I work for a municipality too. So between here and there, I use the same phone number.
Yeah.
You can do public records requests between either one, and it's all like, there you go.
Oh,
You can
nice.
use my device because it's attached to a Google Voice account, so it's just all archived.
But
Really?
see, we were talking about this about email earlier.
That's for
and
text. Yeah.
He
Text.
said that, I know, but he said that Google only keeps archives for like 3 months.
But every one of my text messages goes into a email, and it's all archived in the email in a specific folder.
A town email. So
it's a private email, but the Google Voice account backs it up into the email.
because one of the issues that we had is I had a select board member who set up his own personal email account. You know, Selectboard at town of whatever, or town of whatever selectman at Gmail, and we got a public records request.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Yeah, I got this," and we found out that Google only backed him his account. They only backed him up for 90 days or 6 months, and they wanted like 5 years. The AG found an open meeting law violation, but like like they often do, said, "We don't think you deliberately did it, but it is definitely an open meeting law violation, and the best practice is to get your own town account." And again, we don't think this was intentional, but the next time you do it, we will treat this as being intentional. So I would be very careful and reach out to Google or whomever to find out how far back you can actually go and grab those.
I just think, to your, speaking as a former IT person with looking at many corporate emails that people never thought were going to be seen, anything that you write down, like a text might be harder to get, but do you really, if at some point, to your question earlier, do you really want to be acknowledging that on the stand somewhere? Like, yeah, I said, along with a few other comments that I wouldn't want repeated. Do you know what I mean? Like, you still have to have that sense of, the more I put down in writing, whatever form it is, it might be harder to get as a text message, but it could still be a problem for you at some point, especially if they're read out loud and you were saying something
Yes.
contrary to your public persona.
Yeah. Or
That's
not
what
even. Or not just having to get up there and have did I read this right? You, blah, 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 blah.
What did you mean by that?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There
were so many of them, I don't remember.
So best practices for producing records. Use town email account for town business. I hate to sound like a broken record, but you guys can see the theme from a legal point of view where we go with this.
Yes. You have a way of getting your point across, Jeff.
Deliver any records created outside of town hall or off of the town servers to town hall. That's something that if you gotta have it, you really should think about backing them up and then delivering them to town hall. And I don't know where they would be kept, but I don't know if they'd be printed and put in a planning board file or a select board file or whatever. But that really it makes it a lot easier in the long run. Ensure that when you hit send on an email, you're comfortable with email being forwarded, printed, posted, tweeted, read and out loud at court. Frankly, probably read out loud at a select board meeting after during one of your meetings. Use a formal tone when conducting town business in writing.
No emojis, no laugh out loud, THX.
I think nowadays this is how we communicate. So I get it. It's difficult. Avoid asking for or providing personal information in town emails, including unpublished phone numbers, medical information, social security numbers, financial account numbers, and the like, at least with respect to the medical and the social security numbers. If we get hacked and that gets out, then that subjects us to having to do to comply with other laws, which may require us to provide somebody with identity protection, et cetera, and pay if the social security numbers get out and we're responsible for it. Even though if you do a public records request to a district court and they hand you over the records, guess what? They're full of social security numbers.
Well, and identifiable, when we get forms and things for employment applications that we review, they might not have the social security number, but it has enough information where if it was hacked, it could be used to create credit cards and the like. So I try to keep that in mind on citizen forms and employment applications.
Yeah, and here, consider whether creation of a formal record is required. As one town manager put it, phones still work.
Hey,
All right.
Resources, that's it.
Great.
The Secretary of the Commonwealth Public Records Law, he puts out a pretty good publication. The AG's Open Meeting Law publication is really good as well. And
It's really easy to read.
Yes, extraordinarily. And then the Conflict of Interest State Ethics Commission, I can't tell you that that's as easy to read, but to the extent that conflicts come up, there is a hotline, there is an attorney of the day, and I strongly recommend that anytime anybody here thinks they have a conflict, you talk with that attorney of the day. 2 reasons. Number 1, you get free legal advice. You don't have to pay for it from us. And number 2, that's often a get out of jail card free. I spoke with and write them down. I spoke with so and so on thus and such a date, and he told me X, and I did X.
You can call the State Ethics Commission.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you asked to speak to the attorney of the
There's
day?
an attorney
Yeah.
of the day.
That's
Yep.
on their website.
Yep.
Ah,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, the instructions for how to do it. The other stuff is hard to read, but the instruction on who to call
Yeah,
and what to ask for.
yeah,
is pretty
and I
easy.
mean the conflict of interest law. We also do
Yeah,
a
it's hard.
we do one of these for the conflict of interest law, but I can tell you right now, it just about puts you to sleep. It's difficult. It's difficult stuff. All right, I think that'll do it.
Do you guys want to break for 15 minutes to have
Yeah.
dinner and then come
Yeah.
back?
Jeff, Blake, thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
I'm glad you guys liked it.
Oh, need to vote to go into recess.
Motion, I'll entertain a motion for recess.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, that was quick.
So
I got
second.
B and Keith.
Oh, okay.
Motion for B, second on for Heath. Discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Recess.
Give us some food downstairs. Last year's briefly.
There's going to be a lot of overlap.
We have to motion to reconvene.
Oh, motion to reconvene?
I'll wait until the TV comes back on. All right.
I move that we reconvene the select board meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second to reconvene the September 26, 2023 select board meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so next we will discuss we're going to look at our goals for what was and what we're hoping will be. So at this time we'll discuss the 2022 to 2023 review of the Northfield Select Board's goals.
Did you put mine in here?
Or I should say priorities.
If they're all in, it's
Oh.
a combined.
Okay.
So we've got a lot of things here, from economic development, public safety, mosquito control, employer of choice, that's Heath's thing, community outreach strategies. So, there's a lot of stuff there. I don't know how else to really digest it, besides reading all of it.
Well, I think you've done a good job on getting grants, projects, and programs to create results.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just, we can, because I put this together originally. We've done an excellent job on grants. I think the challenge has been, but you do it in the town administrator updates, is how many have to be sequenced and applied for in the right time frame. But we have reviewed, we have local rapid recovery program, that comes up in the fall. The DLS, DLTA priorities, those we've been using to sequence the grants properly, like prep for a grant. I think you and Mallory have done a great job with the one-stop, so all the state stuff in terms of deadlines and everything, I think is covered. And ARPA, we're well ahead of schedule for having all of the money allocated, and we've done as many different areas and departments as possible. So, and we continue to go over that like every other meeting or so. We did re-engage with the business park committee, and but their recommendation was to dissolve that.
Yes.
And I think there's some folks from there who have expressed interest in other committees.
And you have adapt morph its purpose to some extent. You've done that with a development person and an economic advisory committee. So you've kind of
True, which ties
morphed
into the next
purpose.
one, which is the pocket parks, the storefront improvement program, and we're still continuing to push and engage with MassDOT on. We haven't totally altered the parking or crossing down here, but I think that's going to come at some point.
Well, we're still waiting to hear back on the one-stop grant to see if we got, one of the things we looked at was
For the
kind of a street.
placemaking
Yeah,
thing?
right, so
Yeah.
we haven't gotten a result on that yet. We're
Yep.
still waiting for
Yep.
that one.
And then we're on our third and hopefully final and successful grant for
Shell
the
Bridge.
Shell Patchogue Bridge. And the Taba storefront businesses definitely, in terms of the storefront improvement program. Engagement with Nataba, is that something Mallory's doing?
I don't think Nataba is existing and functioning, is it? But with the people who are involved in Nataba in many ways, yes.
Right. Did one of them's on the Economic Development
Yes.
Committee too? Okay. Just wanted to make sure we had that formal contact.
And she's done a lot of engagement with businesses, so.
And then mosquito control, that too.
Mosquito control. Mosquito control you've got,
Well, then
because
Finally.
there's mosquitoes flying around right now too.
control,
That's what I was
control,
just swatting at.
Oh,
control
really?
that mosquito,
Yeah,
he,
they've
control
been
that,
terrible.
control that mosquito.
That,
But,
that took a while to get in there,
Yeah.
but we are in, and that is
Yes.
something that's under the Board of Health.
Yes.
Yep. Public safety.
So, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of things we could talk about with that.
Because I think some of
Public
this is going
safety,
to
so-
overlap a lot with priorities going forward. There's still more work to be done here.
So the public safety site selection and next steps, I mean, we took that pretty far and then even further once that effort didn't go all the way through. So I think that's definitely going to be one that's going to be on our next priority list. But I
Yeah.
mean, we made a lot of progress on that in the last year, I'd say. I'm very satisfied with that one. The EMS regionalization study, we've done.
You're going to get the presentation at the next meeting.
Yep.
when he's attending. So that one is essentially done, but
Yep.
and he'll have some recommendations for next steps as well.
So
there's
that
a-
should definitely be on the
And there's a
next
grant
set.
in January for implementation, so you may be looking at moving forward very quickly on that.
We've got the police body camera progress and policies.
Yes, he's
all
done that.
And now we're on to other policies, so I think going forward, it's just
Yeah.
because he already gave us a heads up that we're going to get a thumb drive
Well,
of
we
all
had,
kinds of policy
we had
update.
implemented the body camera policy, and
Yep.
we
Yeah.
And vehicular pursuit.
and we updated it to craft and cater to our municipality, so that definitely worked out. We recently, I won't say recent,
We're in the second year of the CSO.
we're in the
Yes,
second
that's
year of the
going very
CSO,
well.
grant with having a professional clinician who now has her doctorate degree,
Yep.
riding along with the police for those types of clinical support calls.
Yep. And
Which
follow
is
up.
fabulous. It's the direction that our criminal justice system and policing needs to be heading, and it's just great to see it at our level.
And
I-
that's a cooperative arrangement
Yes.
with Irving and a couple other towns as well.
SRO and supporting schools, we did the best we could. It didn't work out, but
On hold, I'm going to put.
that is.
I'd say that too, because I think there are some avenues we can pursue that.
Well, the police, so
Advance it.
as with regards to supporting them, so the police still does, of course, answer calls, but
They just did a bunch of lockdown drills.
and they just
in the
did a
last few
bunch of
days.
drills, but
Yes.
that's not something we're looking at from a select board standpoint, other than I think once we get into the policies, though,
Excuse me.
the emergency policies, particularly with the emergency management director and the police chief, those definitely have to be updated, regardless if there's an SRO or not.
We are, I am in the middle of the upgrading of the personnel.
Oh, the grid.
Well, I haven't done, with the stipends would be separate, but.
No, you're doing the classification right now.
Correct, and I just sent to all the departments the updated job descriptions, so we're just some minor tweaks. As soon as those come back, they're gonna do the classification. So I'm still working with the consultant on that, so we are in that process. Which is kind of what's held me up on doing the performance evaluations, but I think I'm just gonna release those next week anyway.
Okay.
I was kind of waiting to update the job descriptions, because that's how I do the performance evaluations, but I'm not seeing a huge
Are
change.
there any that you haven't gotten?
And haven't done what?
Are there any departments that haven't handed in descriptions? Didn't?
Oh, no, they were handed
each
in the first
depart-
time, and we've just gotten the new ones, so now they've just been sent, the other ones,
Oh,
for
the
like tweaks.
follow-up
What I'm
one.
getting
Oh,
back are
okay.
like minor tweaks. So I
Okay.
think at this point, I'm just gonna go ahead with the performance evaluations and get those
Okay.
out. But that process is,
Are we going to have
Ongoing.
to approve all of those, any like minor changes? We're eventually going to go through each job
I figured I'm
description,
just
right?
gonna give you a book and say, here's the job descriptions, just read them over and vote them. Like, you don't have to vote every single, like vote the finance ones, because most of them, you're not gonna see radical changes. There's no radical changes to
Right.
anything. We've had to create a few since the last time but you've adopted those along the way, like assistant town clerk, assistant collector, like you've adopted those. So most of those are fairly new with very minor changes,
Okay.
if anything.
Okay.
So I was gonna bring them to you kind of in mass. Because they're not radically changed.
No, it would be good to have a book, I think.
Yep,
So in discussing the town clerk position,
you got
we
that
talked
one.
about elected versus appointed. We successfully have implemented and raised the arguments regarding why this position should be moved to an appointed position. And
Well,
I
that was
believe,
all voted on.
yeah,
so-
it was all voted on, and I believe we
So that's done.
unanimously endorsed this decision based on the complexities of the position, and to also implement correct succession planning for our town departments. That also kind of falls in line with what we were talking about there, and preparing the way for the next individuals who hold these positions in town. So, and I just think, in conclusion, when we had moved it, when we discussed elected versus appointed, I think the good succession planning happens when you look at what an appointed official can do.
Well, that's one where we had to go through the job description.
Yes.
We had to create one. And now we have an assistant town clerk too. So now we have better hours for the town clerk office, period.
Better
Are
coverage.
they pretty much open? I mean, it used to be selected hours, but now it seems like between the two of them, one is
Well,
more in the morning.
You know,
and
unless
one's-
somebody's out for, because it's still one person, generally there's not too much
Right.
overlap. So unless somebody's out for a reason,
Yeah.
yeah, we have a lot of coverage. But, you know, if somebody's out for an appointment or whatever, then
I mean, in general.
in general.
Yeah. Okay. This one,
On the 11/17, I'm going to bring you one. A potential policy for reviewing the town administrator.
Okay,
When I do
'cause
the performance
I
evaluations out.
remember when we did this is why I put
Yeah.
it down. It was so, the steps that we had to go through because of the open meeting law, we can't consult with each other
No.
in
You
advance.
still
And it
can.
made for a really cumbersome procedure of like turning things in and then having to read them.
I sort of sent some feelers out to find out what most towns do, what's the recommended, and the
Okay.
Mass Municipal Managers Association has this sort of recommended procedure that most people are using in their town. So I figured, I'm saying later because you have a bunch of appointments coming up, so I wasn't going to put it on your first upcoming. The 3rd is very busy. The 17th you have your representatives, so
Oh,
probably
right.
at one of the November meetings, I think 11/7 may be the first one you end up with, depending on what schedule you adopt. I'll probably be bringing that to you for discussion.
Okay.
All right. Community outreach strategy. Inviting departments and other committees, we've always been encouraging that.
We have, but I think our agendas over the last few months, because
So busy.
they were so busy and we had so much going on with the building stuff,
Yeah.
that I think we need to kind of reinvigorate that for this coming year. And then the budget process is going to be starting, so we're going to have to do a kickoff with the school committee and the finance committee. And I talked to, I mentioned this, I talked in passing to one of the Bernardston Select Board members, and they might be interested in attending if we do that. Communications and town meeting attendance.
Well, just so you know that one of the things that I'm working on with the consultant right now is a new format, and I'm going to have to have a department head meeting in October, and they're probably not going to be very happy with me this first year, but we're going to put together a new encompassing document that is both a budget document explaining goals for departments in the town and a town report talking about what happened last year. This is the first year, so we won't be able to kind of evaluate last year's, but it's going to be a format and such that each year that departments respond to it, they will be able to continually look at what were our goals last year. It supports our funding. Did we accomplish them? What are our goals for next year? And it's a format by which they will get a budget, a town report that will have budget and a budget book all in one. So it'll be more informative about what the departments do and how that ties to their budget.
So you see all of the budget stuff that we're doing falls under the communications and town meeting attendance?
Well, I see it as communications. Communications in terms of town
In
meeting,
general.
in terms of budget,
Okay.
in terms of town reports.
Budget and town
I'm putting that
reports.
together in such a way that, you know, we print town reports and we print very few of them because people don't really want to, but we're going to put it together with much more impactful information, including why the budget is the way it's crafted and why,
Okay.
so that people will have an incentive to want to understand what the departments do, how it's funded, and
Especially
what's
before
going
the
on.
town meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we'll still have a
So
warrant that you'll see with all the list on it, but this will be a much
This will
more
have more of the detail that
substantive
everybody's always
document.
talking about.
So we're working on that right now.
Okay, so then I think we should put that as a different bullet under the coming priorities would be my recommendation. Okay. One other thing on the continue inviting departments and other committees to update the select board, to make that a little bit more solid, I think Maybe we could craft a letter from the select board out to all of the committees and other boards and say, this is something that we're interested in, but everybody has a different schedule, including the select board. When would you like to come before the select board? Right? Because like the rec commission, they'll come in at the end of, like now would probably be a good time for them because we're at the, getting to the winter months, for example. Anyway, I think I would put out something specific saying, you know, we're really interested in this. In the past, we kind of rely on the chair or somebody kind of reaching back and forth, but we'd like to make it a little bit more formal this time. And can you give us a schedule or a sense of timing so then you'd have a better sense of when to plan? And I think that would clearly send the message that we are interested in this, but that we're looking, rather than just waiting for the chair to reach out, we're also looking for each commission or committee to tell us when's a good time to come in and talk to us. Like the energy committee is really good at that. They just hit different reports and then they're like, okay, now we need to come in.
Yeah.
But so I would use her, Judy, as an example, but she's more an exception than the rule. Okay.
All right, I made a note.
Ask a select board member.
Never happened.
I
Never
wasn't.
happened.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we had full agreement on that. Speaking from my perspective.
Yeah. Recreational activity block party.
It's hard to compare that one. I think you were usurped by the 350th this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
They had so many
what we
activities.
that harvest dinner the other night.
Oh
on
my
top
God,
of,
that was so good.
on top of what happened with Robin doing her block party
Right.
there, I really think we should put that on this next year's thing to do a dialed down version of the harvest dinner, but a dialed up version of what she does with the block party. I think there's just
like combine the two ideas.
because I know that
something.
the cost was pretty prohibitive for some families. I mean, 2 people's $100 to go to that harvest dinner, so. I think something to get everybody together, like something up at the park in East Northfield for another softball game, and just people have meal tickets, something like that. But like we should put something together because I think everybody just being able to get together in town is like not even the old days. It's the old days. Like before TVs even were invented, this is what they did for fun. Was just everybody got together and did stuff. So I think we should carry that forward.
I think we should also combine that with talking with the rec commission
Yeah.
too. Because the softball thing was all, I think, was between them and the 350th, and they have a lot of overlap
Yeah.
anyway, with Stacy.
This whole 350th thing's been really good.
I think they
so.
want to do that softball game again too. Like Deerfield had a blast doing it
Yeah.
too. Okay. Town website. I personally want to spend more time on that. I still want to look like at traffic reports on the website to see what people are using.
So carry that one.
Yeah.
Use of mailings. I think we've
I mailed.
Yeah, and
been doing that.
I just mailed out 80 postcards to the Highland area over the parade.
and we also talked about, I think I would combine that with the,
Code red.
yep, to Sarah's point about voting and town meetings, that we could do those in combination and get people pointed to the town website for the warrant and the budget detail that you're talking about.
Yep.
I think we could carry that an additional step farther. Okay, building proactive relationship with FinCom and school committee. So we do have the process of everybody, we did a kickoff meeting last year, and we did I think it was at the end of January meeting where the school committee came in and did a presentation on their budget. And we did a joint meeting with the FinCom on that.
I mean, I think some progress has been made. I think there's been more meetings with the school, even with the
Formal
finance
in
committee.
the calendar.
And the budget calendar. When I started, I think the select would have absolutely nothing to do with the budget at all, and now I've made it a point to bring the budget calendar to you guys as well, so you're also following along, so you can attend finance committee meetings, can be more proactive, and then
Yep.
you guys deciding to have the school committee come in and kick off the season in the fall with a meeting with them.
So we can get an idea of new programs and things.
Right.
But,
so I think there's been some progress on that.
Right, and plus, what I wanted to make sure of, which I think the FinCom does too, is to make sure we're in sync with the school committee, and I think Bernardston's interested in this too, is on capital. And also when the school gets money for something that we funded in the budget, that there would be money coming back to the towns. That was the other two things that we wanted to bring up at the kickoff meeting. And maybe we should also talk a little bit about facilities, because part of the concern was that the elementary school, we have done town meeting warrant articles for any capital improvement, but when it came to the high school, some of that seemed to be baked into the operating budget, which
it would be.
it would be.
Because
I thought it was separate. That was
Well, no. I meant, I don't know that
the
it,
building.
well, you own
Northfield.
the Northfield Elementary School,
Right.
so all the capital's being there. They have put it in their budget. I don't know if it's in, whether you would call it an operating or just part of theirs. If it's going to be a big enough capital project, I'm sure they're going to break it out and come to you. For example, if they had to
like the
do
facilities stuff.
$100,000, that will have to come to you as a separate article.
And we
But
would pay percentages by student attendees. Like that's how usually it's done.
But if
the
for
big project.
right, but for small things, they might bake that into the budget because even though they're small capital project, the school building is owned by the district
Yeah.
for that. So it's a different, you have a different setup for them under
Did
the
we
regional
have
agreement.
an arrangement? I know the district agreement, which I put in mind, needs to be part of the new project. But do we have an understanding or a specific rule for that the capital expense over a certain amount?
No, your regional agreement
That's
does
what
not
needs-
address that.
Okay, that needs to be in place. Okay. I think that's where the confusion is.
Right, what is a capital cost? Some people say it's a certain threshold, some people say it's a project that has a certain amount and lasts so many years. There's different definitions, and there's not a definition of capital in your current regional agreement.
Right, so then if, for example, on the window shading and some of the other improvements like door locks and things, if the schools received, this is a corollary to what I was talking about, if the school has received grants that now take care of that, then there's money that was counted in the budget for those improvements. So there should be something coming back to the towns, I would think.
You'd have to talk about it. I'm not sure what mechanism there is for them to return money to
I
the
don't
town.
either, but I know that's front and center for
Usually that
Bernardston. So I
money
want to
is-
make sure
yeah.
we just at least have that discussion. So
Yep,
at least
yep.
there's some sort of, even if it was an informal understanding with the school committee and the district. Yeah. Okay.
So for other water district and sewer, I mean,
Well, water district's moving along,
Right, they're proceeding.
and that's they're now a formal and separate commission. So
we obviously care about the infrastructure of the sewer.
care
Well,
about infrastructure.
The
in
asset
general.
management plan is getting released.
For the sewer?
Yes, they've
Oh,
set a meeting.
Great.
That's coming up.
So
in-
that's really, to me, that's kind of what
It's
you've been
coming up
waiting for,
soon.
because the
Yeah.
capital asset management plan should give you some sense of priority.
Isn't that what we
And-
paid for with the ARPA funds? Or they paid for?
You paid for part of it,
Right, okay.
yes. But the capital,
matching or
October 11th.
Oh, good, okay.
So you'll have the asset management plan after that, and it will give you a much better sense of everybody, the town, a much
That's on
better
the
sense
11th,
of
October
yes,
11th.
of what the priorities and the timing and the costs, and start to set some priorities. I know that using that for grants will be a huge help as well.
Yep.
Okay, so that goes along with what we were talking about earlier, which was to send out a letter/invitation with wanting to know, like, when would you like to come
We
in?
did.
and-
We have.
No, I mean,
Working
but
on it.
formally from the select board, I know we've been,
Oh, no, I've reached out
I
to
know this
them.
has
We
been in the
tried.
works, but-
No, we tried to set up, but she can't come the 3rd, October 3rd,
Yep.
which would have been the meeting, so we're gonna aim for the next one. So yes, working on that.
Yes, and I'm also quite honestly responding to public criticism on our needing to get more involved with sewer, when I just think what we need to do is get that on the agenda and have a discussion not only about asset management, but whatever the concerns are and whatever people think the select board is supposed to be doing. Because this is one of those areas where I've pointed out before, we have commissions that are separately elected. They run their indirect costs, and they do some of them do their collections, like the sewer, through the collector. But because they're a separately elected board, we don't have jurisdiction over how they set their priorities and when. So it seems to be like a mixed message, because a couple of years ago we had somebody tell us, hands off, we're a separate elected commission, and then we have other feedback that says we're not doing enough. So I need to find out what's the specific actions between those two polar opposites that is reasonable for the select board to do and actually have a goal on.
Well, what I've told what I've told people before in these elected positions, and people in general, is that it is not possible for us as a board or as an entity to know what everybody is doing at all times, 24/7, 365 days a year. We don't have that ability. But what I advocate for is to, when you know what's going on in your department before I'm just going to magically figure it out or hear it from somebody else. So come to us if you have an update, if you have something reasonable that's worthy to be discussed in an open session meeting, so that we can communicate this together. But we're not demanding that you appear in front of us. We're not demanding that no, we need to have you come in. But I think we're inviting you.
Right.
It's an invitation to have a discussion between two separate departments.
Right.
And that's not just for sewer or anybody or any other department. That's for anything that's going on in town. I mean, tell us when you have something new that is happening. Don't expect us to be like, no, you got to come in here and update us. I just don't really like that attitude.
Well, that doesn't go over very
It
well
doesn't
anyway.
go over very well. It's kind of authoritative.
Yeah, when we don't have the authority, yeah. Sounding authoritative when you don't have the authority is not a great idea.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So, is that it?
Oh, traffic and speeding, what was that?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the, I think mostly on Maple Street, and we still have an outstanding, it's on the proposed agenda topics to talk with the chief and the highway department about utilizing signs. And then
For
he's getting a grant for speed signs?
We're waiting to hear.
Okay.
So we did put in a grant for
Okay, so some version of this
electronic.
going forward. I think in order to help spell that out, we should just look at the proposed agenda topics, because I think they add up to that.
Okay. That's just a rehash. I think you're on to your combined responses here.
Oh, that was the annual report.
Yes, I put it in so people could see what you were saying in response to your
Oh,
priorities.
thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm glad I remembered it.
So now your goal-setting paperwork.
Goal setting for 2024. Combined responses. For number 1, list the 3 most important jobs of the select board. So we want to just read through all
Oh,
those.
these are the combined ones. Oh, okay, yeah, got it.
So I can start, and you can stop me anytime you want to discuss one. So one was
Did you see a lot of overlap between the two here?
Some, they're worded differently, but
Yeah.
this is just for your, I guess,
You can tell
edification.
which ones are mine.
Balancing ongoing town business, warrants, appointments, contracts, and addressing root issues with current citizen concerns, views, and the future needs, which may or may not coincide with current concerns. Balancing current and future hiring and employee needs against minimizing risks and liability to the town, in other words, retirements, injury, poor choices in words and deeds, while modeling actions and behaviors which demonstrate Northfield as an employer of choice. For example, participating in screening and hiring committees in a timely manner and keeping the personnel policy and procedures up to date. presenting big, long-term solutions for challenges to the town, especially those that have been ignored over time, addressing citizen concern by looking for root issues, for example, traffic, noise, solar, creating long-term solutions, for example, bylaws, and by tying together multiple efforts, multiple grants, create different projects over time into a clear narrative to be communicated broadly in a predictable outreach strategy.
There you go.
Mine are a little bit more simple.
Setting and reviewing policy, which is definitely a select board.
Yep.
Advancing town projects and improving community relations. Personnel management and promoting quality employee performance. Some of these you can see they actually overlap. Like I said, they have different language, but they're going for the same.
Yeah, I don't want to lose an employer of choice.
Right.
I think that requires
Keep the town
ongoing-
lawsuit free. That's
Yes.
We know who said that.
Yeah.
Lead and guide the town. Again, I see that sort of as setting and reviewing policy. You can
Yeah.
see those are kind of
Yeah.
carry the torch and foster relationship administration that is ready to be handed off. So that's the sustainability continuity.
Carry the torch and foster relationship administration that is ready to be.
I see that as continuity, I think,
You mean like succession planning?
Yes.
and continuity, like going through. So you don't. The problem you have when you have people who are they leave and they take stuff with them. We want to build in place systems and process so that when a person leaves,
retain.
you kind of have a continuity. You don't take steps backward so much.
Put that in.
Which one?
Oh, we'll get to it.
Okay.
So that was the
Do you
first.
want to say more about carrying the torch?
Yes, this has been my
Please.
big thing.
I know what Andrea's saying, and she always makes sense. So
I
what do
remember.
you mean?
Okay, so when we hired Andrea, this is obviously before
Okay.
your time, we had an individual consulting firm that we worked with. I believe they were called Community Paradigm Associates. Does that sound familiar, Andrea?
Bernie Lynch.
Bernie Lynch, that's the name I was thinking of. And
From Amherst?
he told us.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Kubiak.
We had a meeting with him in the basement of the library, and he told us that there was a strong generational gap of involvement that exists in municipal government, of those that want to serve in government, work in capacities such as Andrea's, or in select boards.
Okay.
And this is kind of where I started thinking early on in my select boarding career, of how we can push these relationships forward, so that when we hand it off, it's comfortable and that it's ready and able to be handed off to the next person. And so succession planning is just saying it's simple, but it's more than that though. It's identifying the fact that there is a gap in our generations where, like, you have so many people of Andrea's generation that are in this business, and then there's not as many people before you, or I should say after you.
Yeah, no, there is we talk about it all the time. There is actually
There's no pipeline of like new town administrators coming along.
it can be hard
It's
to
the
find.
same thing with public safety and other
Yeah.
areas. People are just not choosing it as a career.
Yeah. So, and just in promoting that though, and promoting those relationships, and just getting people talking and finding out the things that you are passionate about in this business.
Sorry, go ahead.
And just like finding out what each one of our superpowers are. I believe everybody has like a special power, a special gift that they can bring to moving government forward. And I just think, just talking about those things and just setting something up so that we can find somebody like, this is something you're really into, this is something that you really enjoy doing. So run with it and get passionate about it and inspire others, so that way people who are not involved in government may find their calling, because they didn't realize that what they can do can apply to what they can apply to a municipality. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
You know what I was thinking of when you were talking, Alex, is institutional knowledge.
Yeah.
So, for example, Lois was in town government for 32 years. So there's a certain amount of her gifts and her knowledge, right, that has been handed down.
Yeah.
And becomes part of the institution. So we did financial policies and procedures, and that had Lois's stamp on them in a way. It just seems like whatever our special gifts are, I like referring it to, is that we would somehow contribute them to the institutional knowledge, that they don't necessarily leave with the person, that maybe
Right.
something about what you were really good at
Leaving
resides
their
in
mark.
the institution.
You said that earlier.
Yeah.
You said that earlier. Leaving your mark with the IT and creating a stable technological infrastructure for our town. That's what you
I mean,
want.
I don't necessarily say I have any great gift other than I have been here long enough now to put in place just some things. And I'm sure Sandra can speak to the turnover of the 7 people in the 5 years prior to me. They weren't around long enough to get you into pathways that continued, didn't get you into good hiring policies, didn't get you into good IT
Repeatable
policies. It's not that I'm
practices,
creating
yeah.
those. I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm just helping to get those pathways hopefully so ingrained that when I'm gone and you're gone, those are the ways under law that these things should be operating, and they will continue because they are there, and then hopefully the next person will shepherd any improvements and changes
And
over
when you
time,
look back
Yeah.
on it.
but they will be in place. They will
Yes.
be set. So how you hire people, how you treat people, how you deal with, all that will be set. How we've done IT and all that will be set. How you do, discipline or
yeah.
employment, or you do employee evaluations will be set. And those kinds of things were really lacking. Many of those procedures were lacking. And so and it's continuity, somebody being here long enough to just get them
continuity,
in
that's it.
place, to get them kind of used to being done. And I think there was a great hunger for that, both from the administration by the select board and certainly by the staff, who were looking for consistency,
Yeah.
guidance in the sense that what are we supposed to do here? What's the policy? What's the law? And like I said, I didn't necessarily bring any great talent to the table other than to be here long enough, because you have to do it for a couple of years
I
before
think you're selling yourself short on that one, but
well, I appreciate that, but I think you have to be here long enough over the years to repeat the cycle for a
Yeah.
number of years.
I just think, and it's also important, Andrea, so that, with what I'm trying to say in this statement is that when you're done someday and you can look back, and you can look back with a smile on your face and say like, oh, you know what, my hands are clean and I did it the way I wanted to do it. I left the way I wanted to leave. I went out on my own terms and I handed it off in an appropriate fashion so that the next person doesn't feel uncomfortable with what they've been tasked or given.
I think the goal is always, and always been for me, is wherever I pick the ball up, did I move it down the field at all before I leave?
Right.
That's the goal.
And can they find the ball when he's left?
That's on them, okay? I'm not saying I'm going to leave it in plain sight.
That's
Right.
what you're saying. Is if you get all the policies and procedures in place and they're actually operating to the point where people can do them without being prompted
And they know where they are.
by
and-
one individual.
So that's
then-
the goal, is
yeah.
to just leave it a little bit better than you found it each
Yep.
Yeah.
and every time. So.
Okay. I wrote down a lot of notes on that one, Alex. That was good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
List
All right.
3 things you think our board does well. Yeah.
I actually had one to add to that because I only did 2. I don't know why.
Get through a tremendous number of topics, many of which are complex and weighty. Some are particularly challenging. For example, Soulfest, the dog hearing, because of the emotional level and public spotlight, and yet collectively get it done. We generally manage to get everyone's opinions and thoughts into the discussion mix. Assessing and prioritizing agenda items. I think it's been great improvement in that, actually, because there's been a lot of
Yeah,
agenda
yeah.
items coming.
Yeah.
Communication,
It's a big
deliberation, and coordination.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of overlap in those.
The other thing that I would say, because I only did 2, was I think everyone I've ever worked with here on the board and in town hall and elsewhere is people really care about Northfield. They really care about contributing and doing a good job
You
for
want to help.
Northfield.
Everybody wants
Yeah,
to help. Yeah.
yeah. So I would say also just the commitment to Northfield and the community. Now, we might all have different ways of getting it done, but the commitment and
Yeah.
the passion is still there.
Oh yeah. List the things you believe we can implement for our board to be more effective.
Okay. Spend more time discussing, sequencing, and grouping proposed agenda topics. Weigh the need to get something on the agenda sooner versus the need to make progress on longer-term priorities or tackle ongoing topics. For example, department updates,
Yeah.
which I think you guys have kind of spoken to.
Yeah.
Reveal how policy changes are working, special event permits and impact on departments. We did a lot of work on policy in response to one unusual event, Soulfest. Most events are smaller and contribute annually to an area business recreation activity and don't need the same level of scrutiny. That's what I'm going to ask you.
Soulfest has basically become a phase.
Cautionary tale.
Well,
time
the
period.
barometer.
A time period.
But we
the
might-
Soulfest era.
But we might bring
Era, that's right.
might bring that back to you for some refining on what is and is not eligible for or needs to be, because we've discovered that the special events permit is capturing things that have been going on for 20 and 30 years without a policy and that are taking complete place on private property, and we're wondering, was that really the intent?
What the intent, yeah.
So some of these
But
things,
then we're having them come in and go, and then you guys have to chase down all the signatures. and
right,
stuff.
there's a
I'm
whole
like,
process
okay.
by getting that all out to
Yeah.
everybody. They're supposed to read it, they're supposed to, and then they have to turn in all their signatures, then they have to go,
Then they come
she
before the
spends
board.
she spends a
Yeah.
week chasing down all of that to do that special event policy. It turns out they've been doing this for 25 years. No one, it's never been an issue, and it's happening completely on First Light land.
Yeah.
Is that the intent of the policy?
We
I
got to
don't
be
know.
careful because we developed this whole procedure based on an event that
Right.
could be perceived as discriminatory if we change it now. So
No, I
we
think
have to-
the discussion is, was it ever meant to be for things that are happening completely on other property that don't impact town infrastructure?
Yeah.
Soulfest was going to be a huge impact on town infrastructure. And so there was a lot of
But
discussion
I think that
about
Yeah.
permit process determines if it's going to be an impact on infrastructure because it determines if it's going to be a traffic impact. Like,
The question I
I know
have
it's
is,
a pain,
maybe
but
there
I mean-
needs to be some discretion.
You could refine
Maybe it's
it.
through me, maybe it's through Sandra, maybe it's through one of the departments to say, this isn't going to have an impact. These people don't need to do it because they've been doing it for 25 years. We didn't even know they were doing it for 25 years. Clearly, they're not having any negative impact. So I don't know. It's something to bring up and discuss.
We don't have to answer it, it's
No,
just.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure there's an easy answer. It's
It's
just worth
just kind of
discussing.
going back and saying, is this
It's become-
onerous?
Yeah.
Because we don't want policies and procedures to be onerous.
We also don't want to drive
on the
events out of
applicants or
town.
the employees, yeah.
We don't want to drive an event out of town because it's easier to do it somewhere else. We really
Right,
don't want to have
right.
that impact.
And we don't want to have the perception that we're hard to deal with.
Correct.
Yeah.
which
So-
is exactly why we didn't want to set size caps on events too.
Right, so it may just engender some further discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Identify specific actions to communicate with the public. The town website has a ton of info on topics which span multiple boards, committees, commissions, especially those not necessarily under the control of the select board. For example, school committee, sewer commission, water districts.
Yeah.
So it's worth repeating. I just want to address different concerns that people keep bringing up that think it's supposed to be a priority for the select board. And maybe we think it's a priority, but we're working on it in a different way, or it is not under our control. So I want to get that kind of information clarified. I don't know if it's through one meeting or several updates, but it needs to come out so people have a good understanding and we can all move forward appropriately in the entire town's best interest.
Yes. Training on how to be more select board appropriate and compliant, knowing your powers and rights as an elected official.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Is
we
that
just-
yours, Alex?
It was, and
Oh.
I think having Jeff here tonight is exactly what
Oh, that
Yeah.
helped.
we're talking about, and really, I mean, like, I'm pretty well seasoned in what this job entails at this point, more than I was when I first started. I think we
It
can.
takes a while.
It takes a while, and anybody
Good
anybody
gravy,
who gets
yeah.
into this for the first time, they're not going to really ever know, like, oh yeah, so this is what I know is going to happen when I get involved in this position. You don't know until you experience it, and then you start asking yourself when you have those meetings, and we've all had them, of like, what the hell did I get myself into, And so,
How do I deal with this?
how do
Yeah.
I deal with this? So, having an expert, a legal expert, and like Jeff, KP Law, that we work with as a municipality to come in and tell us, like, well, this is the law, and this is what we've seen, this is what we want to avoid, and this is what we're advising you to do. And doing those types of things right there, it's just fabulous. So it's like we already covered that tonight, but I think we should.
And it feeds into your next one.
Feeds into my next one. Ongoing, going forward, we just should always remember what we do and stuff. Board member understanding, what is
legal?
legal and what is not legal. And There's a lot of laws out there. There's a lot of ways to interpret laws. So, and maintaining legal compliance through all the things, once again, that was discussed with our open meeting law seminar. It's just something we got to keep in the back of our head because it just takes one word, as I've said before. One word is all it takes to get sued.
Well, I think where Jeff was really helpful too was, one, I love hearing examples from other towns.
We're not alone, yeah.
Yeah, well, and plus you hear some of them and you're like, oh, we're not as bad off as that town. But, or I've never seen anything as egregious as some of the examples but many of them are just really where he's super duper helpful, and Andrea's too, is the gray areas, right? Well, because he said more than once, well, yeah, you could do it, but we would advise not doing it. If you're gonna do it, then do it in this way. That was an experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think, yeah.
Or as I like to say, like an attorney's favorite response is, well, it depends.
Yeah, that's true. It does, yeah.
They're very fact specific.
Yeah, well, it depends. So, yeah.
Effective performance review process and adhering to them. I know I'm behind in getting those out. I was, like I said, kind of hoping to get through the job description review process. It's going slower than I thought, so we're going to get those
Well,
out.
let's get the 350th done with, and we'll focus more on those.
Well, I'll get them out next week. I want to get them out before budget season, because if I'm going to put these on the departments, I want to do it before I'm also ladling onto them. Oh, here's your capital projects, your request. Here's your budget request. So I'd like to get them out sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But this is why I brought up the whole sequencing thing, is because sometimes what people think is a real high priority that's got to get on the agenda right away, there's these other things that are always going on in the background that we need to make sure don't get second shrift or something because something seems more pressing when in fact it could probably wait a little bit. Because if we're going to be an employer of choice, then personnel stuff, however boring and mundane, and
we have to do it.
we have to do
Unpopular
it.
with your department heads.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
have to do it.
Bring forward actual concerns for agendas rather than grandstanding with unnecessary banter and political theater.
I like that.
Oh, wow.
That's good language.
Is that a Heath one?
That sounds like a Heath one to me. It just sounds like something Heath would say.
Does this happen?
I think this
Sometimes.
is funny. I'm just looking at our language. I'm
Political-
like, oh, we can tell which ones are me, and which ones are Alex, and which ones are Heath. That's funny. Oh my God.
You know, this happens in every town
Actually,
at some point.
this is handled in the select board handbook from the MMA.
Yeah.
And I think we should all read at least the first couple of chapters because it specifically addresses this.
Is that like the Holy Bible of municipal
It
government?
is. Yeah. You know who got me going on that was Bob McEwen, because we started reviewing it when we had the town governance study
You all got
committee.
one.
No, I keep telling you I don't have the physical one.
Well, we've ordered one. Has it ever come? Yeah.
I'll take one.
It's hard
Because
to get.
I like having the manual.
I can give you. I'll send you the digital
You
version.
can get it online, but I like.
It takes forever. They don't print them except on demand because they're not a huge. But I can send it to you electronically.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we've tried twice.
Okay.
Yeah, on that one, it's just I feel like our meetings are long enough, and I feel like sometimes things get said. Not that I want to discourage anybody from saying something they either want to say or to represent somebody,
Right.
but I feel like there have been recently processes that have not gone how I feel are effective. I feel like you can very easily hear something from somebody or have a concern yourself, citizen or not, and just get it on a future agenda item without having to move seats and go through all these different things. So that's kind of
Keep it
along the
simple.
line. Yeah, it's just I
Yeah.
feel like things have gotten overcomplicated, and it's
It's confusing.
not only creating a bit of turmoil in my own opinion, but it's also skirting legality issues. And that's the one thing I don't want to see happen is us having people who are in positions in this town to advance things and setting it backwards because they're violating some sort of a law or procedure or something like that. So that's kind of what I mean by that. And I think hopefully what we learned here today will help with some of that. But however we can bring that forward into goal setting, I think that is a big thing, because I feel like that has been the wrench that's been thrown in the mix lately that I think is hampering our smooth operations that we've had in the past.
Right, and what I'm concerned about is we're not like, I'll just speak for myself, but it's some of what gets raised, I'm not arguing with.
Not at all.
It's just not, we all have different things, and if we only put down 3 or 4 priorities, it's not necessarily going to be exactly the same or the same timing as somebody else. So if it's important to somebody, then just bring it up and get it on the agenda and kind of drive the topic forward, but also the solutions to it. Because for citizens, what they don't want is for us to just be talking ad nauseum about a topic without actually, or I don't want to be sitting talking ad nauseum about a topic. I actually want to find the solutions and move them forward. So, 1, if you feel they're not being addressed, bring it up, get it on the agenda. 2, once it's on the agenda, talk as we need to talk about it, but then move the solutions and the actions forward. So then the next meeting becomes reviewing a policy or a step or something tangible that then you can say, yeah, okay, we agree it's going to be this, that, or the other thing. We're going to review a certain plan, and then we're going to take action on the plan. But we're not going to just keep talking about it like people aren't interested in it.
And then getting up
Or
to
implying,
talk as a citizen about something, to get it on the agenda and make a grandstanding speech. Just sit in this chair and get it on the agenda. That's kind of just what I'm getting
Well,
at.
yeah, it's just like from a process standpoint, it just seems easier, more straightforward, and less confusing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
List a few major accomplishments of the board over the last year.
Suggest walking through and reviewing
Which we did.
prior priorities, which we just did. Employer of choice, mostly stable and happy work environments. I would have to say I agree with that statement. A new police chief, changing the department.
Community policing, yeah.
Higher sense of municipal morale. I mean, I actually do think that exists.
Moral or
Resolve.
morale?
I think it's morale.
Yeah, morale.
with an E.
I probably
Yeah.
misspoke
No, I
that.
probably copy and paste it and dropped it. And transparency. So now you get to set your new ones. And here's the list that you guys came up with for
Oh, God.
immediate goals that interest you for the coming year.
Okay. We'll just get through these here.
Yeah.
It's important to speak these. The fire chief and many firefighters are near or beyond retirement age, as designated by Mass General Law. We need to bring the 1940s bylaws into current MGL and employee laws, policies, and practices, as well as assess the risk for the town and them as employees.
Yeah, so a
Yeah.
little bit more a priority on fire.
Yep.
Fire has the, just so you know,
Oh, we got the legal.
Fire does have the stuff as recommended by the lawyer, and I've asked them to review it so that I could put it on one of your November meetings.
Good.
So
Oh, okay,
I will
good.
continue to tweak them to get
Nice.
that, but it
Outstanding.
will show up in your November meetings
Okay.
to look at the fire policies and procedures.
Assess regionalization of EMS and determine next steps. That's going to be at another agenda.
That's going to be coming up very quickly.
Is that
your next
October
meeting,
3rd or? Okay.
October 3rd.
Okay.
Got quite a few steps involved in that, so it's
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
a goal to set for the year.
Determine facilities goals for committee and departments associated with public safety.
I put that.
That
Okay,
one's
for sure.
continuing, ongoing.
We presented a couple of different major options that didn't fly. And there were a couple of select board members who aren't here tonight, so it'd be good to talk about this with them, who had some concerns, shall we say, especially at the last special town meeting. So I know that we're looking at putting some citizens onto the committee, but I want to make sure the select board is actually in sync on what they feel the priorities and the next steps are, given the fact that two like major options and 2 years worth of work were kind of shot down in effect because of not hitting the 2/3 mark. So.
And money spent.
Well, I don't want to be continuing a committee or putting more people onto committee if it's not clear what they need to do, because that's a lot of pressure and responsibility for people if you have a select board who's not in sync with the work that they're trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So looking at the goals for the committee might be a discussion to have. You do have appointment to that committee on your next meeting agenda coming up.
I know, and I just really feel, and I'm curious what Heath has to say about this, because he's actually been on the committee, is the role of the select board, right? It's an advisory committee. Is the select board in sync and providing, not saying what to do, but providing the leadership of here's what we think the priority is and here's what we're going to be looking for from this newly invigorated or second version of the committee?
Yeah, I think that when I bring the updates, sometimes Skip is there with us as well, and he's talking about some of the updates. I think for the most part, everything we talk about, you guys, the other 4 people on the board take what we're bringing forward for information, and usually it's like, okay, great. Like there's a lot of trust in the processes we're doing in the committee and what we're bringing forward for next steps and everything. There was. And then
I'm not sure that's completely there now, so that's what I wanted to get at.
In what way? What do you feel like it's not there now? Because it's not really active now, so it's not.
No, I know, but specifically coming out of the last special town meeting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we didn't get the one building with all 3 departments in it, and then we started looking at like, okay, how do we sequence some of these different options? And we came forward with another option, and that got shot down. By the way, it got shot down by some members of the select board. So I'm like, well, why even bother putting it forward then, right? Why have the whole committee and the town go through the whole process then if we're not, I'm not saying we all have to be singing the same tune, but we do have to have consensus on when we're going to be putting forward major projects in front of the town, of whether to even put it in front of the town. So if we put it in front of the town and then we proceed to like be at cross purposes in front of the town, I'm like, that wasn't a really good look.
So let me make a good. That's a really good.
That's my take on it. I don't
Right.
know if other people feel that way, but
So let me, I guess.
I wouldn't
kinda-
have even, had it gone that way, I wouldn't have even done the special town meeting.
Right. One thing we should remember in our rules in what we're doing here, though, is that yes, in a way, I'm voting as Heath Cummings, but I'm also voting as what I think is best for the town. So
Right.
just because we're voting to bring something forward to a town meeting
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean we as an individual are going to advocate for it later on. So I think in the way that goes, I can understand what you're saying, that like, yes, maybe if we were split as a board, we shouldn't have brought it forward, but really the 2 members who were against it brought it forward so that the town could vote on it. And then their point, once it was at that meeting, was I'm not particularly for it. I'm for bringing it forward to the town and let them decide. And now that we're all here, I don't want to particularly vote on it. So I don't think we should ever really be voting with our emotions on this. And I think a lot of the time that gets in the way that we vote as an individual rather than the best for the town with our own personal beliefs. We got to put that filter on and try to vote not in how we will vote at a town meeting. We're voting as a representative of what we think is good for the town. I think in both those circumstances, I think that we just didn't move as diligently as we possibly could have. There should have been, I guess, on the first project, much more public meetings than we had, apparently. I don't know how, because we had so many.
Yeah.
But then on the second meeting, that was rushed due to real estate, and a lot of people, we didn't have the chance to really go back and forth with some of the people who were bringing up these, why is it rushed and all this. It's like, because it was rushed. We couldn't really talk about it much because it was in executive session minute, like it was in that phase.
Point.
So we just need to, going forward, no matter what's going on, if another hotshot real estate thing comes up, oh, well, we're going to have to let it pass. Like, we can't go through all that process again just to let something fall through just because we got a good real estate deal. It was, and still, in my own personal opinion, I think that whole project was a great solution for a massively great bargain to solve something for 2 departments and also have additional space, which is at a premium right now for town departments.
Yeah.
We could have been in a great place. Either way, I think whatever we do going forward, we have a potential larger committee with citizen involvement on its way, which will, that alone will gain more citizen traction, because some of the people who have applied to be on that committee were some of the biggest proponents to it, or opponents to it, when it came to town meetings. So I think having more citizen involvement is going to help get wherever we're at with that situation out in front of the public a little bit more, and then we can take the lessons learned from the past failures and move slower, get more public involvement, and make sure we have multiple meetings if we have to, with flashing billboards everywhere to get us where we need to be.
So it's super helpful. That gave me a different way of looking at it. I think I would make two distinctions as one, as a select board member, if I have a personal opinion, I would put a little bit more distance between reading what are supposed to be just motions out to the floor and then immediately commenting as a citizen. I think that was confusing. I think I would put a little bit more space between I'm reading this as a member of the select board and then later on speak as a citizen. That's fine. I'm not trying to shut that down. But I'm also expecting in a meeting like this that if we had grave concerns that they would come up, be they coming up as and really that's where citizen and select board member overlap, right? Like if you have really serious concerns, then yeah, bring them up in the select board meeting so that we can because I'm sure somebody else in town has that, and if we haven't fully addressed it, then let's address it.
Maybe we would put the brakes on the whole thing at that point and don't even put it on a warrant.
Maybe
you know,
we
like
would have
that's a
passed
great
on
point.
the opportunity. I'm just
think
saying.
we can chalk that up to inexperience maybe with some
Well, I
certain
think there's
folks.
also two things going on here. You had a committee that was charged with this task and they're putting things forward, and you have a select board whose
Right.
role is different. It's to bring, not that yours don't count and that you can't veto it.
Right.
You're charged with bringing forward some of the committee's work. So it's one thing to have a committee propose something, and then another thing for the select board to say, oh, well, we don't think we want to move that to town meeting. You might want to be careful that you have a committee going, wait, we're bringing you something to move forward. And there's also a dance there because this committee is recommending. So it's like saying the
good
finance
point.
committee brings you the budget and you say, no. We're not
Don't
doing
like it.
We're not doing your budget, so we're going to write our own. So there are roles between the committees, and maybe where you need better communication in the roles between the committee. Not so much. Select board says, oh, it looks a little turmoily on our end. One of our members doesn't like it when you've got a whole committee who've been working on a project.
Good point.
So I'm not sure the answer to that. I'm just throwing out that there is another partner in that process. I'm wondering if when you get the new committee for the emergency services building, whether the first meeting shouldn't be
A joint.
well, no, I think a goal setting meeting of their own.
Oh, gotcha.
What are we going to do? We're a new board, we've got new members, we've been through what we've been through, take that experience, and now what? What does this board, what does this group think we should
And then
be
share
doing?
it with the select board, right? 'Cause-
You need to set your own goals
Yeah.
as the emergency services building committee and
Oh,
say,
that's a
where
great
are
idea.
we headed? What are
that's a
we
great
looking to
idea.
do?
Well, I think that I'm, from my own perspective, going back into that committee, I'm going to, I guess, I stepped back because I felt like I was still the new guy on there. I'm kind of the eyes and ears. I felt like I was trying not to interject too much because you've got the department heads talking about what they want. These people have worked on this for over a decade. So
Right.
in a lot of the meetings, I just sat back until we started to really make some traction and I started providing feedback. I am a project manager. I am in a huge program to become a certified project management person.
Right.
So I'm going to bring forward into that the processes that should be going into it. What is the budget you're going into this with? So we kind of know
Yeah.
what you're actually going into it.
Right.
Like that's one of the first things you need to know when you're in project management is what is your proposed budget that you might be going into this project with? We know that 13 million is way too high of a budget number to go into it. So we got to dial it way back. It's one of the first things we need to look at. That's going to govern every site and every type of building you look at, and you're going to tailor it down from there. So just my own approach will be completely different going into that
No,
whole
that's good to
entire
know.
thing. So
No, that actually
I
makes
don't
me-
want to waste any more time. I'll tell you that right now because that was
Okay.
like I was ready to disappear for quite a while.
No,
after that whole thing.
I really appreciate the discussion because, yeah, I want to feel more secure as the select board in terms of helping the committee, as well as what is it that we're presenting, and if we're all making sure the committee's all invested in what we're presenting to the town too. That wasn't as clear to me in the last one.
I just don't want to waste anyone's time, especially my own.
No one's, and nor the town, Okay, great, thanks guys.
Create a new
Thanks,
updated
Andrea.
district agreement with PBRS in collaboration with Bernardston and Leiden. And then attend the PBRS facilities master planning process recommendations. And that we should attend this on the 2nd of November.
For sure.
So if we're going through the goals, are we putting those kind of two together? Or are we doing those as two separate? I mean,
It
for a
seems
goal
like
for the year, certainly a full district agreement is an annual goal, for sure. I mean, that's gonna,
Well,
even if you go after it.
I put this one in here too because sooner rather than later, because Warwick left, so the district agreement is old. Kind of like it's not as old as the fire bylaws, but it's pretty old and out of date. And I think there's some changes that we could make. And I think after working with Bernardston and Leiden a little bit more in other forums, it's like, okay, maybe the towns need to have, sync up a little bit better and make the work with the PVR school committee that much more efficient,
Yep.
right? And then the school committee isn't chasing after, what our opinions are. So I put that up there.
Taking the lead rather than following the lead.
Yeah.
Or waiting. I'm getting concerned about waiting because, as we were indicating, even on capital, it's not specified in the district agreement. Key things that cost money should be specified,
Yeah.
at least a process.
We have increasing employee retention and identifying improvements that can be made within departments. I think we've kind of covered that at this point.
And more training for that's different. Sorry, that's members of the committee. So we're going to keep the employer of choice kind of concept, right?
Correct.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I think first we need to take a look at, what we had on the other list and add it to this
Yeah.
under employer of
So,
choice.
I mean, some of the things I saw, we have the public safety building on there, and it seems like we have 2 bullets on this new list that would relate to that. We get the make key improvements in town public safety,
Yep.
and we've got that up above, and talking about our next steps for the facility. So I think those are one and the same. We
Yep.
just kind of lump those 2 together.
So you're putting together, I'm sorry, key improvements for public safety with.
The determined facilities
Okay.
goals.
Yep.
Yep. So put the public safety things, group those together.
It's just it's
It
just
says
one
departments
and the same.
associated with public safety. Yeah.
The sewer needs to be nudging shoulder to shoulder with that priority, though. I haven't heard enough about this whole thing with the sewer, and I definitely I would like to understand more about the town department thing
Versus the commission
versus
thing?
the commission, because obviously that's been contested. So I'd like a definitive answer on that so I can decide
It's a town
that. But I think
it's a town department.
it is a town department.
There's no enabling legislation that can be found. It is a town department. It needs enabling legislation to be a district. We've searched everywhere.
So do we need to?
Every town meeting, we've looked in depth.
So it is a town department?
Yes. To be a district, it would have to have enabling legislation like the
the
water
water,
district
okay.
went through. That cannot be found. We looked at town meetings since before the sewer existed.
So it is actually a town department.
Without enabling legislation, it is a town department. It has to be. It's the only way it can exist.
Okay.
Okay, then that needs to be
With
discussed.
an enterprise fund. So it's funded differently, but it is a town department. It's just funded in a different mechanism.
Okay. Well, then we can discuss that when it comes up as an update.
From the previous goals, I've got the salary grid process thing that should be carried over of the employer
Yep.
of choice. I like these broad, economic development, mosquito control. I like these, public safety. I like those
Right.
over-encompassing.
Put them in a bullet.
Umbrellas, like
Yeah.
an umbrella.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we
Then
could,
you can put the details underneath that.
yeah.
Yeah.
The community outreach and strategy. So we had continue inviting departments and other committees to update the select board. I got that as a carryover to this year. We want to keep moving that. We got more work to do there.
And then we're going to work on sending out a specific letter/invitation.
Yep. The
And putting more
communications,
control in the commission's hands.
communications and town meeting attendance. I have that as we're going to carry that one over too.
So,
Well, we're gonna
I've
talk
got,
about-
you're going to do human resources, employer of choice. Do that. You're going to put the salary. Then you took,
And the classification results will be
Yeah.
under employer of choice.
and then you changed topics.
So you're saying Heath continue to use these
Yeah,
adding
use those
some of them.
those
And then-
overarching things, and then I'm
And
making.
then change the bullets as needed for the particular year.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then you got public safety, so then you're gonna do public safety being the,
Site selection and building next steps, setting goals for the new committee,
Yep.
adding citizens to
Yep.
the committee. Well, we're all citizens, but citizens who have not been previously involved on the committee, but hopefully have some committee experience.
okay.
That should be
EMS
it.
reregionalization study and next
EMS,
steps
well,
for
let's just
that.
say
Yep.
EMS.
Oh, you said that.
Well, I'm just gonna say, let's call it, well, we don't know if it's even gonna be, well, we'll call it EMS regionalization, but I'm not sure that's the term you're gonna end up with.
Right.
But that's
Whatever
what
the
we're
next
looking
steps
at,
are
right,
coming out
right.
of that. We have continued policy updating coming from the police chief.
Okay,
And I would include specifically on that, I forget what it's called, the emergency one.
I'm sorry, say it for policies?
Emergency management.
No, I think you're,
It's the one if there's like a real serious thing going on somewhere else in the community when you have to start doing like community communication.
You're talking
the
Oh, like
emergency-
incident command.
Yeah, yeah.
well, that's emergency management.
Yeah.
But it involves the police and it involves us because we have particular roles in that too.
Yep.
Has to do with the,
Give us little badges, little identification
it's-
cards, so that they know who we are, so that we're not just because there are some
I
people.
want
on
a
this-
windbreaker.
Well, oh yeah, or
I have
something.
one in my office that says town administrator hangs right next to the bulletproof vest.
Well, we don't
I kid you
really-
not.
I'm on the select board team.
Okay, but I'm gonna put fire department
Bring
under
the
here.
Select-board on it.
So
We're
when
getting
we
started,
go
we're
up to
getting-
incidents, sometimes
Fire department
there are some
policies
people
are
who
going
work
under
in this
this.
town who still don't know who
Still
we
public
are.
safety, right?
So that's what's kind of frustrating.
It's
'Cause they're
the,
like, who are you and why do you want to come through
if
here?
there was a shooter,
Well,
for
listen,
example,
we're
that
the
one.
select board.
Like active
And
shooter.
we have a
But
right
see,
to
that's
see what's going on
emergency
and
management.
have an incident to report
It's
on.
one of those policies that's actually on the police, in the police book, and it has specific things for the police, it has specific things for emergency management, and then it has specific communication roles for the town administrator and for us. And I'm like, we need to go back over that and make sure it's up to
Is
date.
that the emergency
That'd be-
management plan?
It probably would be, but incident the ICS 100. That's what would likely
Guide
that
it.
would all be. It
Right.
would all be by
We're
that.
supposed to have ICS like 100 training.
You're
Yeah.
supposed to take
Yeah.
it, it's online.
Yeah,
But so we might need
because
to put that as a
that
goal.
basically
I think
shows
it's-
you
how
what the
about-
tree is.
How about
by your-
review emergency management?
Yeah.
ESEM, well, they call it ESEM because it's electronic, comprehensive emergency management plan.
Put
Every
it down.
town's supposed to have one.
Yeah.
But that would be
Comprehensive.
good because within really good plans, if you have a really good plan,
Yeah.
we would have some sort of a lanyard that would have our name and a photo on it as well and what our role would be. So if they do have a perimeter set up somewhere of something, there should be somebody on that perimeter that is a site and safety person. That site and safety person is not letting anybody through unless
Correct.
they have a delineated role within that whole
Right, there's
thing.
a whole thing. There's a public information officer, there's the
Exactly.
incident
Yeah.
commander. that-
Exactly.
I would say review comprehensive emergency management plan because
Yeah.
that is
Should
part
cover all
of
of
incident
that.
management.
Okay. And it
There's
has.
companies that make these plans. I mean, it's a lot of work to do.
I think
Well,
we
you
have
should
to
have-
do a
well, you
comprehensive
have-
plan with
We have a plan, we haven't
rules.
reviewed it, and we haven't
It needs
reviewed
to be
the
reviewed and
non-emergency personnel's
updated.
roles within it,
Right.
which would be us.
And there are
And,
non-emergency
and the
personnel.
town administrator.
Okay, so I'm going to put
especially
review comprehensive
communication.
emergency management plan
Yeah.
/ incident management under public safety.
Okay.
So I got human resources, employer of choice, so you're going to look at salaries, classification. Anything else for human
That's
resources?
it for under that category.
Well,
That's all I had really. Town website and make. Well, keep.
That's
No,
all
that's under
under-
community outreach.
Correct,
Really.
yeah.
okay, so we did public safety. I've got site
And then
selection and goals for next committee for, it's the emergency
Do you have the
management.
fire department?
Yes,
yeah,
EMS
police.
regionalization, next steps, continue police chief policies, fire department policies, procedures,
Okay, good.
Chief succession.
chief
And
succession.
that, build that one into that bullet.
That's a big one because I know some of the fire department guys
Well, we
were.
still don't have the,
I know.
the legislation, so by the
Yep.
time that comes out, we're gonna be operating
You
like
can't
on
even
6
vote
or
it.
7 months.
You are voting it at your next meeting,
Oh,
and then
right.
it's getting stamped, and then we have to send it back in. We have to
Okay.
wait for that. Review comprehensive emergency management plan / incident management.
Okay.
Okay, so that's public safety. Anything else?
The employer choice, you have that.
I've got employer of choice for
got
salary
that on there already?
classification
Okay.
evaluations. That's under human resources.
Yep.
I'm going to make a new bullet there. To,
Okay.
The community outreach strategy bullet point.
okay,
Like
so
that
community
category.
outreach. Okay.
And under that, I've got a couple of these marked from our previous goals to carry them forward, like continuing inviting departments and other committees forward to update the select board,
All right.
communications with town meeting attendance.
All right, hang on. I'm getting communicate. Invite departments for updates to select board meetings, town meeting outreach. Let's just put that in there. Then that can
Yeah.
become a whole
Outreach and involvement or something like that, getting people
Can it
there.
expand outreach?
Getting them in the door for something other than a big building.
Okay.
Something related to a town-wide activity, block party,
Okay.
Yep.
town party, something like that. I think that would just be an awesome tradition to start. I think that would just get more people.
Town.
friends
Yeah,
and
a
neighbors.
town-wide.
Oh, like an old homestay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And then the
Okay.
town website under that one too.
Yeah, you have to dig into what you mean by that.
Yeah. That will take up a lot more discussion.
And then under where
Next
would
bullet.
the sewer fit? Would we make that its own? We just call that want to just make a subcategory of.
Infrastructure?
I mean, there's an other one, but could we call it infrastructure?
Do you
I
have
don't
any?
see
Because the
Why not?
roads could be part of that. That whole roads committee that we have could be a part. So
Okay.
why don't we
Well,
do an
'cause I-
infrastructure bullet point and
So
So
mark
this umbrella where it says other, we
Yeah.
just make that into infrastructure.
infrastructure? Yeah.
And then that
Okay.
can include highway and traffic and
Yeah.
speeding and all that
And
other
roads,
stuff.
yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. I've
Okay.
got that. And wastewater.
And then on these
Yep.
goal settings,
Is there anything internal? Like some of them here say,
Is it
increase
more
board
like
select board
training?
member knowledge, more training for our newer members. If it's public, we're not trying to pull one over on them. But I mean, that might be more like some kind of internal board goals. I don't know exactly what you
I
would call
think we
that.
need to identify like
And
what's
meetings
next for
and bringing-
training.
And bringing topics up to things. I'm trying to put that into one heading,
Bullet.
which would be more like,
I'm challenged to give you a heading at the moment, but
to me, that would be
personal development.
board development.
yeah.
We can change the word development if we don't like it, but if we start with that, it might lead to something. Board, continuing education, continuing development, continuing.
Yeah, but
Ongoing development.
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
So if the board, if you had that, it would be ongoing training, because we can continue to do ongoing trainings. And maybe it's boards and committee development, not just your board.
yeah. I think we should take another run through the committee handbook. There's some policies in there that we haven't looked at in a while. That dates back to 2015.
Committee handbook. So ongoing trainings, because we can work on
We
getting.
can do like certain topics and bring in a speaker and have
We
pizza.
can do,
and-
right, we can
Yeah.
do ongoing trainings.
I think finance would be a good one. Like budget how to put together a budget, how to, I think there's topics that people like don't understand what capital is versus operating, for example, but yet they need to go before the finance committee and defend a budget when they've never put one together. I'm just guessing, but maybe we need to like poll.
I'm going to
some
put
other
town
folks.
report makeover under community outreach.
Okay.
Because we're
I
kind
don't know if
of
this would fall under this at all, but I did have a discussion with someone probably about a month ago about not having the school's budget as part of the omnibus. Should we address that in this, or is that just something we can discuss with the finance committee? Because people
would that
wanted to
work?
vote for the town's budget, but didn't necessarily support the school, but voted it through anyways because they didn't want to mess up the operations of the town.
Well,
I think
there's
they should
two.
be separate.
There's two answers to that. Is you can absolutely do that. Second is you can say, I'd like to move that we approve the entire town budget. I'd like to take the school budget out of it. That can be motioned and moved, and then the school budget can be voted independent. It's a little more cumbersome, but it can be done both ways.
I see it done in other towns
But you can-
separate. They're
yes.
separate warrant articles.
You can.
They're not even the same.
Yes, you
so.
can.
Oh, you
we'll
can do
consider
that?
doing that then.
You could vote every one of those line items as a separate article. You'd
Yeah.
be there for
Right.
90 motions.
Right.
But they used to be broken up.
I just
Every
think
town I've worked
it
in is
leads to
different.
more scrutiny of the school school's budget
They
for people who
wondering
want
if
to do
that-
that.
Ashfield
would
used to do
help.
groups of them. Like, here's all the public safety budgets, and that was one article. I mean, it took. They used to
Forever.
have. Well, they had a whole
Yeah.
day, and they broke for lunch, but because it was a lot of articles. But you can change around the way things. That's totally.
I'm wondering if
that's
we,
that's
if
on
we
the
at
select
least
board. It's your warrant.
did 2 chunks of the budget, if it would make it more understandable. Because they're literally, most people are literally trying to sit there and never having read before, are going through an entire
Very
budget.
overwhelming.
It is overwhelming.
Well, I
Well,
think
when you
that-
look at the school, the whole budget that we put through in the omnibus, the
bulk
massive
of
part
it
of that is
is-
the school. So
I think the
just
town
having
report
that,
makeover is going to address much of that.
having
Oh,
that seen
good.
separate.
Okay.
But I can put finance.
Okay, so
um,
you have the town report makeover on there.
I think that that's going to address
Okay.
a lot of that because it's going to be speaking to whole sections differently, even if they're in one article.
Oh.
Because
We've been into
departments
this,
are, but I can put a finance section if you want and talk about town warrant, if you have another one you want. Or I can put town warrant under community
Community
outreach.
outreach, I'd probably make
Community
it, just keep it under that category.
I'll
Yeah.
put town report makeover and we'll leave it at broad and
Leave
then,
it at that.
and then you can
Leave it at that.
town
I'm saying
report
internally.
/ budget.
Internally with committees,
Town report
including the
slash-
select board, I think we need to be on the same page with respect to financial knowledge.
Town
how
report
stuff
/
gets through a
warrant
budget.
Then you've got both in there.
Okay. Great, good work.
Okay.
Yeah, we're into this 4 hours at this
Okay.
point. So
Yep.
I'd like to
Yeah.
see if we can wrap it up.
I
Me
think
too.
that that's everything you need for,
For now,
if
and
this
then,
is your list.
does this mean we're gonna go over this October 3rd again, or
Unless you
October
want to vote it
17th?
tonight. I mean, you've got your list. Human resources, employer of
I think
choice.
we
I say we go for it.
Salary classification and evaluations are the bullets under that. Public safety, site selection and goals for the committee, site selection, and then goals for next emergency services facility committee with the new members. EMS regionalization, next steps. Continue police chief policies, fire department policies, procedures, chief succession. Review comprehensive emergency management plan / incident management. Community outreach. Invite departments for updates to select board meetings, town meeting outreach, townwide activity of some kind. I'll put some suggestions in there. Town website, town report / warrant makeover. Infrastructure, roads, highway and traffic, wastewater, board and committee development, ongoing trainings, and committee handbook.
Wow, okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
And
goals.
we're already halfway through fiscal,
Yeah, but you
not
could,
quite halfway, but.
might want to go after the summer to update it. because
So,
give you
I'm
a few-
comfortable, you're gonna type this up and then, I think I'm in sync with the overall direction. I think this is a nice continuation.
If you bring it back to another meeting, I've got to put it on the agenda and be prepared to
Yeah.
discuss it all again. You can't have it at your next meeting. Next
say we
meeting's
just-
already
I don't
2
want to
hours.
discuss it all over again, but I want
Okay.
to move forward. I'm just saying what my preference is. I want you to give us a new document based on this feedback and what people handed in, which I think was just all what we just discussed, right? You don't have
We
anything
just-
else.
No, that's it. We just
Okay.
moved it around to make it, some of them overlap and are similar, the same ideas.
And then we would be looking at a finalized draft that certainly Bernie and Sarah can weigh in on, but I
And
don't
I
want to
gotta
start the
put-
discussion all over
Well,
again.
I'm
but-
just saying, I've got to put it on as an agenda topic, so
Yeah, of
I
course.
don't think I can put it on your next meeting.
No, you can't.
no,
We don't
we
have
So
time.
I'm worried about how late in the process this is getting. That's all.
Okay.
Because you're going to be in November now. Because the 17th is Senator Comerford and Representative Whips are both coming together.
That's a priority.
Yeah. So I can certainly send it out.
All right.
What do you think?
I think we need to see the draft of the
Okay.
final thing. I mean, there's no huge rush on our goals. We kind of have an idea what we're doing. They're already kind of future agenda items anyway, so
Right.
Some of them we're working
I
on.
think we're rush
I don't
type
think-
thing, but it'd be good to see it in the next
I
month
think
or so.
I think where the discussion's going to come on specific action items.
Yeah.
I don't think the categories. I don't see how you can argue with the overall categories.
Yeah,
Okay,
agreed.
I've got that.
Beautiful.
I think actually as far as training specifically, I would put employment law in there.
It's not bad.
So you and I have talked about, Heath and I have talked about this before because we have a lot of management and personnel experience. And if you don't have it, I think there's some basic HR things that we should go through and at least,
Definitely.
it never
And
hurts to get a
public
refresher.
Well,
reprimand
it's
of
also,
employees,
it's also
stuff like
different
that.
than private employment law.
Right, and
There are differences.
I still stumble over stuff because all of my management experience was private corporations. It wasn't public, so I've had to make some
I
definitely
think
adjustments.
that combined with a executive session discussion, a review of that as well, because there's a gray part between that whole character thing and what can be talked about in person. Like I've always kind of still don't comprehend very well how
Maybe
we can do
another
Andrea's
session with.
performance review
yeah,
publicly
I have
when it could to talk about a character.
I have a
Policy.
process, and it's very different than
She
you went
found
through.
a town that.
Oh, no,
actually-
I got it from the Mass Municipal Managers Association.
great.
I talked to
Oh,
many
oh,
towns who are all using
oh.
this
I'd
policy.
like to discuss your
I'd-
reputation.
Guys, please do. It's pretty boring.
But I
actually.
think we should have that discussion because it comes to employment. My concern
I put-
is public reprimand of employees.
I put
because
discipline
that's
and
something like that should
evaluations
be an
under
executive
employment law.
session.
Well, and it needs to be hand in hand with what's the law, because if you trip over employment law,
Big
you're
time
screwed.
lawsuits.
Like
yeah.
we don't want to be doing
You're talking
it.
six-figure lawsuits.
Right, and
multiple
we don't
six-figure.
want to be doing that by accident when we could have done with a little bit of
So
training.
if I'm going to do...
And
yeah.
then line that up with the employer of choice. What are the things that you do that's not required by law that make people feel that this Northfield really is, and why are people happy, right, working here?
And yeah,
And
But I
how
think
we
you should
model that
also-
behavior as select board members without getting too in the weeds in the departments.
and if you start doing that on my chairing, I'll just tell you to shut up.
What?
So under that, I'm going to put...
Well, we're going to
You
follow
got
the
employment law, so that would be
That's
hiring,
and we're going to follow the spirit of the law.
hiring, discipline, evaluations.
Yes.
And then you're talking about like employee positive workplace environment.
How your goals, you need to know the law, but then you have goals that make a place somewhere where people want to work.
It's a positive work
And
environment.
part of that comes from what we guys,
Okay.
what we do as select board members, what we do or don't do. And we can't just be sitting here like, you guys go do blah, whatever.
Yeah.
We only meet every other 2 weeks. We rely on employees who are here full-time.
I'm your HR director.
Correct. So, and we rely on HR.
It's actually in your bylaw.
Maybe we should go through your job description again.
Look at the bylaw.
Look at the bylaw.
There's
I
a
mean.
bylaw about
yeah,
my
I know.
job.
Let's pull the bylaw out and go through that.
Do some towns actually fund a line item to have a town council, town lawyer sit next to them for their meetings?
Well, the bigger communities have town council. Like the lawyer works for the whole town. Like
Yeah.
that's all they do.
Yeah.
But you can have them at your town meetings
They'll do
anytime
that
you want.
instead of having a human
every
resources
single
rep.
annual
Well, that's
meeting,
why I'm
they call me
thinking
and
Jeff
say,
could
"Do
come
you
back
want us to
possibly,
attend?"
Yeah.
Or no, there's somebody else in Jeff's firm who does the employment piece.
Timothy Zesson.
Have him come and do
He
it.
does HR. He's the HR.
I think it'd be worth
yeah, a lot
it
of
from
institutions
training
you
will
have
do that.
different. I
They'll
know who
hire
all the
somebody
different
per
lawyers are
diem
for
and
the
have
we have a
a
real
HR
estate. We have a real
rep.
estate attorney. We
I
have a-
think it would make sense to
HR attorney.
have the employment personnel lawyer come and
But
do
I think
it.
you should have it with all department heads.
Correct.
Anybody who supervises anyone should
Correct.
Yeah.
should attend that
Yeah,
training.
I think we should do that.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at this
So moved.
Second.
time. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night.
Good night, everyone.